No hand has signed the sky above me. No curse is written in the stone. One man names every chain decreed, then kneels before the thing that binds. He crowns the unknown as a sovereign and calls submission peace of mind. He reads intention into thunder, a verdict written in the stars. No thunder issues commandments, no constellation chooses ours. Yet life is facts that set the standard, and reason learns the means to choose. Identity makes causes knowable, a mind can grasp them, act and use. No oracle repeals identity, no omen alters what is true. The future is no finished sentence, it opens onto thought and choice. These are the terms of existence, no favor promised, no curse assigned. A world that keeps its nature is a world available to mind. I have the faculty my life requires to know, to choose, to make correct. No promise, triumph, expectation earned. Achievement is what I expect. Another keeps a book of wreckage, each broken beam, each fevered bed. He counts the storms but not the seasons, the 1,000 working days instead. Exception becomes revelation, the commonplace success ignored. He makes catastrophe the essence and treats survival as reward. But bridges stand because loads are measured, engines answer measured flame. The wound gives way to understanding, the tended field can yield the grain. The law that sets the weight and pressure also tells the hand what they permit. Reality supplies no favor, it supplies the facts by which we act. A danger name becomes a problem known permits a plan. The unknown is no hostile kingdom, it is the work remaining to the mind. These are the terms of existence, no favor promised, no curse assigned. A world that keeps its nature is a world available to mind. I have the faculty my life requires to know, to choose, to make correct. No promise, triumph, expectation earned. Achievement is what I expect. Some are taught the debt precedes them, a guilt contracted before the will. That pain acquires a sacred title, that virtue means surrender still. But sacrifice creates no harvest, destruction never fathers good. No shattered beam creates the shelter, the builder answers where it stood. Life sets the measure of the choosing, the good must answer to the real. Strength is not guilt, need grants no title. A wound is something one should heal. I grant no halo to misfortune, no moral grandeur to defeat. The good is not the art of losing, the good is life made more complete. I am not sovereign over weather, nor every will that crosses mine. Artery no sign of malice. A boundary does not make a jail. The measure that defines the danger is what permits the measured scale. Error can yield to recognition. The unknown can become the known. One blackened field condemns no springtime. One grave does not define the world. These are the terms of existence. No hidden malice, no saving hand. A world that keeps its nature is a world my reason can understand. I choose my ends by life and reason. I earn the means that they demand. No promised victory, earned expectancy. I meet the real and take my stand. These are the terms of existence. The possible is grounded in the real. My mind can learn what facts permit. My chosen means can make it actual. I think, I choose, I act on knowledge. I build, revise, create, protect. The world is real, my mind can know it. Achievement is what I expect. No primal sentence, no cosmic debt. I take existence on its terms. I think, I choose, I act, and I expect.
Alrighty then. Wait. Alright, there we go. Alrighty then. Now we got the song at the beginning out of the way, right? Oh, don't worry, I'll have a y'all might have noticed. Last 2 days, I had... God damn it, I forgot to change the thing for the video. I had 2 songs, one yesterday, one the day before. A third one is dropping of the same subject of like lived philosophy. Hello, Kura. Why am I coughing? What the fuck? It's only a 8-hour meeting once a year for my job to give needed refresher when you don't use a certain things, and we had a big tech edition this year. Well, I mean, to be fair, big tech is all in on the commie gobbledygook, right? R&D, I had weekly 3-hour meetings. They were oh yeah. Yeah, that's what I was like. I saw 8 hours in your comment, and I was like, holy fuck. It's that's at the point where it's like, all right, can I just paint fucking like can I just paint my eyelids and like pretend to be awake? Oh my god. Why am I coughing? But okay. So I guess we'll start with this one first because it was brought up. All right, so this was brought to my attention yesterday, I believe, about Claude in Anthropic, because I didn't know about this before, and I was like, okay, I can use AI to make a game that a board game that I actually designed myself and actually made the boards and the pieces for, right? You know, vected them, like actually wood burned them, got the actual board physically made. Play tested it. Oh yeah, I can use AI to actually make the digital version. That way I can, play it with any of the board game players and the various, people in the community, right? Pretty sure like Splinkit, for example, loves board games. Pretty sure he'd be down to do a chess game. That being said, in the middle of Claude being a bit of a bastard, right? It's like, oh yeah, you ran out of free responses. Like, okay, I guess I'm waiting to 10:30, right? Oh, excuse me. Raiden actually keyed me into something that I didn't know about, which is Anthropic has been doing something called destructive scanning. And I was like, what the fuck is that? Yeah, I'm not. I will never personally use Claude again, just because I find this very disgusting, to be perfectly honest. Let's see. I work with the school district, so yeah, I'm fair. So here's Emerald Apple commenting on this. Glenn Beck also had a thing, but I actually couldn't find it. I think he's the guy who originally commented on it that Raiden was talking about. I can't find the original tweet, so I'm gonna rip off of Emerald Apple today, right? So you'll notice that Anthropic is getting sympathy from no one, and they absolutely should not be getting sympathy from anyone. There's no reason for it. Also, again, copyright has been an abject disaster for the human race, and we'll see why, right? They train their models with trillions of tokens of text and information from all over the web, books, and all kinds of copyrighted material, while companies like Anthropic keep their models as proprietary LLMs, and any of these Chinese companies release their models as open weights and are free for anyone with hardware to use. So yeah, Anthropic is one of those ones where it's like, oh yeah, we're going to keep everything close to the chest, and most of these other places are like, I mean, it's free and open source. You want to gen on your own locally without our restrictions? Yeah, sure, you can do that if you want, right? I was like, yes, so they're... yeah, they don't act like, even out of the gate, most of these AI companies. Let's continue. So, meanwhile, they keep loudly positioning themselves as responsible safety, as the responsible safety first company. They basically ate the entire web, then gatekept the resulting model, plus pushed hard for regulation. This happens all the time. Okay, so here's the thing. This company came in because they had funds to do this, right? And they did this, and then they made it basically impossible for anyone to compete with them by putting the regulations in place that they can like afford, but that a startup can't afford to, right? So again, regulations are not an anti-business thing. They're actually a pro-corporatism thing, because the large corporations are the ones that will be able to actually afford the actual regulations. Most of us know this. Most of us understand this, right? A lot of the alleged safety regulations are things that were pushed by huge corporations. Think about, for example, Facebook or Meta pushing for COSO, and then subsequently the Kids Act, right? Literally to censor literally to censor and surveil the internet from like the state, right? Again, like interesting. I wonder why they would do that, right? But let's continue. This has rubbed a lot of people, even the pro AI people, the wrong way. I'm about as pro AI as anyone can get, right? I don't think you'll find many people in the AI community who have talked to me who will say that I'm anti AI in any like meaningful respect. I'm about as pro AI as you can get. Yeah, this got me the wrong way too. I was like, fuck this company. But let's continue. Closed models created with public data capture the value, create massive economic moats, and invite exactly the kind of regulatory capture we're seeing. So the closed model itself isn't the problem I have with this. The problem is, again, the closed model and then push for hard regulation. Again, it's like, yeah, you can't do what we did. So we're going to use the threat of men with guns that everyone in America has to pay for, right? I don't get the opportunity to say, hey, I don't want to pay for my taxes to go to abortions in somewhere else in the country, right? If the state wants to use my fucking money to pay for someone's abortion, somewhere in the relevant area, I don't have a choice. The choice is between getting thrown in a cage and like paying the tariff, right? And that's just an extreme example. Any of these other ones, right? It's like, hey, maybe I don't believe in the social program. Can I opt out of it? No, you absolutely cannot. My money does not belong to me. My money belongs to the state, and the state believes so, right? Did you see the Activision fiasco being proven false? I actually have not yet. Feel free to send that to me, because I have no idea what you're talking about, Takura. Let's see. This has rubbed... okay, here we go. But yeah, I mean, part of the regulation is exactly this, right? To, again, capture the value and make competition impossible. They want to keep exploiting available data while wanting special rules protecting their profits. Yes, exactly. This paradigm is toxic and corrosive when the technology is so disruptive. And it's anti-capitalistic, right? They had the opportunity, they had the means, they had the method to do this, and then now if someone else can do it because they've already seen how to do it because other people have done it, then yes, they get yeah, no, it's unfair that we had to do all the work and then someone else could do it and like better than us, right? This is the same thing that this is the same thing that happens almost consistently with monopolies that then push for regulation. Ever notice how like these giant monopolistic corporations push for more regulation, right? Because if they don't have the threat of men with guns to actually enforce the fact that they're the only ones who get to do these things, other people will come in, and even though they don't have billions of dollars, because other people can come in, all of the prices have to go down, because if someone comes in and they're charging lower, then that means they're taking money away from the large corporation, which means they have to, again, adjust their prices, and that actually produces a balancing effect, even in a totally unregulated market, right? Oh my God. Because like in a totally unregulated market, there's nothing stopping me from just starting up my own business and then doing that thing locally, right? What the fuck is the billion-dollar corporation going to do, right? They might say, like, the only thing they can do is send men with guns at me. And the way they do that is through the state, right? So what exactly does regulation accomplish other than stopping me from doing the thing I want to do that the other company's not doing that's actually bigger than me? And like, even if they can fucking like come in and like, oh yeah, you know what? Fuck you in particular. We're going to undercut you. That's still better for the consumer, because by undercutting me, who's already presumably trying to provide a lower cost product, they have to lower the cost, right? Oh my God, this is basic stuff. Hello, Runya. Sorry, I can you tell I hate regulation, right? So the entire concept of LLM, large language model, scaling relies on public data. Yet the rewards are privatized and monopolized by whoever has the best distribution / compute, Anthropic, OpenAI, Google. Okay, so I don't think this is really all that much of a complaint, because it's the same thing with like the art thing, where it's like, I can go online and I can go see what other people have done artistically, and I can go and personally examine what they've done, like deconstruct how they did it, and then replicate what they've done on my own through study. And that's not really substantively different than what the LLM is doing on language, except for on a much faster scale, because it's not limited by the firing rate of neurons. It's limited by the firing rate of silicon transistors, shooting electrons at each other. So let's see. There's a recipe for disaster where the most powerful tech is controlled by a few elites. Like this, okay. It is specifically the regulations doing this, because here's the thing. I know a lot of these people don't do this, but there's a thing called home brewing you can do. You can literally make your own computers at home if you actually like do even basic research. And I've been encouraging people to do things like home labbing, home genning, and a bunch of other stuff at home. That way they don't have to rely on a lot of these larger networks, right? If something happens, they can still do shit themselves. Anyway, and the only way they could possibly stop you from home brewing is regulation, right? The company literally doesn't have the power to stop you otherwise, right? It's like, oh yeah, we're not going to sell you this because we're not going to make it. Okay, well then if the market's not regulated, someone else could fucking do it, right? Let's see. This is a recipe for, oh yeah, where is this part? Open weights are the closest thing we have to pushing back against that. I think open weights are a good policy in general, but you've also heard me, you've also heard, you probably also heard me talk shit about copyright, and I do have an anti-copyright video to make at some point, right? Never used Claude, so I don't know about this. That's entirely fair. I only found out about this yesterday because of Raiden. So, yeah, long story short, this is the thing I want to talk about right here. I just wanted to, like, give this as a primer. Destructive scanning is exactly what it sounds like. So apparently, finishing the workday, so lurking. Understood. Thank you for stopping by, Mad Murph. So, if we're going to win the AI race while also preserving rare books, American Western copyright law needs to change. And yes, again, I've bitched and moaned about copyright law being ontologically, again, inauthentic. But at the same time, there are also pragmatic issues that come up with copyright law, other than just some dickhead can hold on to an idea for 75 years after their death, right? Anyway. The reason for the destruction is mainly because of legal reasons and not a technical reason. It is a technical legal reason. There are non-destructive scanners that can scan 200 pages a minute or faster. If it were purely a technical reason, it is a technical reason, it's just not a technological reason. They could preserve the pages and store them instead of shredding them. After the 2025 Bartz versus Anthropic ruling by Judge William Alsup, and by the way, I want to know how old this judge is. Hold on. I'm going to check that out. Keeping the only digital copy while destroying the originals was fair use because it was for a format shifting. This doesn't make any sense, right? If I were to, for example, take one of your books and then copy a book And then since I didn't, let's say you lend me a book, right? And I scan the entire book. Now you own the copyright, right? And you scan the book, and then it's like, oh wait, now there's 2 copies of the book. I didn't get permission to make a copy of the book. Oh, I'm gonna destroy the physical copy. That doesn't make any fucking sense. The original thing that was the property is now destroyed, right? So it's like, this is one of the problems with copyright, is that it's not attached to a physically instantiated thing. But I digress, right? Anyway. So keeping only the digital copy while destroying the original was fair use because it was for a format shifting. This is literally witchcraft, right? This is actually literally witchcraft in talking, right? This makes no physical sense, right? The way that magic actually works, historically speaking, is you didn't have magic words that then changed reality around you, right? The whole point of magic is to change perception through the manipulation of information, right? That's what a magician does when he gets on stage and he manipulates your sense perception to make you experience something that actually didn't happen, right? The way historically wizards and sorcerers did this was they manipulated rhetoric, so the use of language deceptively, sophistry, so this is the use of philosophy deceptively, so we're talking like ancient debate bros. In fact, that's effectively what a sophist in ancient Greek was the original debate bros. And then confidence epistemology, right? The confidence, like a confidence man, i.e. a con man, right? Someone who sells you bullshit but with confidence, and so it gets you to lower your ground. You combine all 3 of these things to change the way a man perceives reality around him without actually changing reality in and of itself. This is basically how all magic works. But anyway, this is basically what this is, right? You're trying to tell me that it is fair use because there's only 1 copy left, but the thing that's left is a copy. It is not the original thing. You still made a copy. You just destroyed the original. So, anyway, retarded judge aside, right? Because it prevents an increase in the number of copies. Ah, there we go. Now we have a law of conservation of information of some kind, right? It's like, yes, it does. I fucking hate these people. Because it's a replacement, it is transformative. Then what the fuck is the... Copyright already has a caveat for transformative use. If this is a transformative use, why was destroying the original at all an issue? Right? Why was it necessary to destroy the original if the act of format shifting is transformative? This man is talking out of his ass. I am so sick and tired of judges, to be perfectly honest, especially judges legislating against, from the bench, in order to create new law wholesale. Judges do this quite often, by the way, where they'll just make shit up, and then it becomes effectively law because they've made that shit up from the bench. I am tired of tyrannical black robe judges not following the fucking law. Anyway, copyright is inherently flawed. It only benefits those who have money and power, not the common man. Yeah, exactly. Like, if Disney violates my copyright, which I operate under copyleft anyway, right? But let's say they stole my character design, and they're like, yeah, so what are you going to do about it? Take us to court? I don't have the money to fucking fight Disney. They basically own my copyright, even though it's legally mine. They basically own it if they take it. What the fuck am I going to do about it? Take them to court? They're just going to stall to the point I don't have any money to spend, right? So, let's see. Well, Twitch did not like that comment. Lol, refused to post it. Fair. Do not destroy the original. Yeah! Okay. It doesn't seem to say in this video, because I just looked ahead. It doesn't seem to say in this, but among the things that were apparently destroyed was an old copy, right? Apparently in the original language of Don Quixote, which was an old Spanish epic poem, by the way. Foundational Spanish text, by the way. And a old copy of, a primary copy of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri. That's it's usually broken up as Inferno, Paradiso, and Purgatorio. But the way that they did this is they would scan it and then they would split the spine from the book and then shred the book itself. I was like, what the fuck is the point of this? This is a literal artifact. You're going to destroy literal artifacts to do this? Granted, yeah, you could probably... we have some companies that exist specifically to preserve old books. But this makes no sense because the Divine Comedy, Dante Alighieri, the original copies of the original language in the version of the Divine Comedy and Don Quixote, no, I was thinking of the Song of Roland. Don Quixote is not Spanish. The Song of Roland is Old Spanish. But it was Don Quixote and the Divine Comedy. I'm getting flustered, right? But these aren't copyrightable. These are way older than lifetime of the author plus 75 years. So what the fuck are these being destructive tested for? Right? Anyway, basically you can own a book, but if you make a digital copy, you are breaking the law under the reproduction right part of the copyright. So again, this doesn't make any sense. Why, if I own a book, can't I myself just copy the book, make a digital copy for myself? Who does that actually hurt? Right? In what way does this violate any kind of property law? I mentioned in a previous video the nature of property, and this is why intellectual property is invalid. You could potentially talk about things like it being a violating quote unquote IP being a negative easement, but it's not theft in any meaningful way, because the whole point of property is that it arose to solve a very real problem regarding scarcity. Right? Physical entities can only be used in one way at one time, right? If I have a shovel and it is my shovel, then I decide where it can dig because someone else cannot use the same shovel at the same time in the same respect somewhere else. This seems like it's really obvious, but apparently this is something that needs to be said. The only thing China has is it does not give a singular shit about copyright. I mean, I would agree. That's the one thing China definitely does, right? The first sale doctrine under U.S. copyright law just doesn't work in the digital age. Obviously not, right? Meanwhile, China keeps trucking out without interference while preserving its own history and rare books. The laws give a lot of exceptions for anything that advances technical innovations, so their AI companies can train on anything they can get their hands on. And I think that's fair. Right, I think that's fair. If you're going to try to make general AI, generative both, and general AI, although I don't think general AI is anywhere near like happening, and I think there's real reasons to think that it's probably not going to happen. But yeah, no, I don't get it because it's frustrating because anyone who understands how these programs work understands that you cannot actually find any of these texts in the actual training model, right? If the training data was contained in the actual model, they would be billions of times larger than the actual model, than the actual program you end up getting from things like, again, you can literally download a Grok model. You can download a fucking, open source, you can download a model of ChatGPT. And they're too small to hold their entire training data, right? This is the whole thing where it's like, obviously people were like, oh yeah, it's stolen data. It's theft. It's like, well, even if we granted you your initial assumption, it's not in there. Right? When you download a copy of this thing, nothing of the training data is in there. It's all been translated into weights. Anyway, they want to justify rendering ownership physical copies a danger of piracy, therefore making physical medias illegal. Wouldn't surprise me. There has been a big push against physical media, right? Yeah, no, it's like I find this to be honestly entirely unacceptable. Let's go here. AI companies are bulk buying rare books, scanning through them high-speed machines that cut off spines and shredding the originals. This is wrong. This is actually incorrect. Grok is not doing this. Elon Musk came out and said that they will not do this. OpenAI came out and said they will not do this. This is very specifically a Anthropic, Claude issue. So anyway. So that's factually incorrect. But that being said, hold on. Let's see if I can find this so we can see what exactly we're talking about. Pretty sure that's going to show it. Yep. So yeah, this is more or less what they do at the end of it, right? You just, as I said earlier, cutting off the spines of the books so that you can then just destroy them. It's like, okay, you're just going to do this to rare and priceless books. Granted, not every book is priceless, right? Like, there's a reason why it's like the certain books, like old economy books that aren't foundational, sell for like what, sometimes like literally cents instead of dollars, right? Because not all old books are equally valuable. But they're doing this to priceless books too. It's like, here's an example in practice, right? Yeah, you could just look at this and tell how like, nothing in the scanning process requires this to be destroyed. You can actually just scan the fucking book and then give it back to the original owner. I have no problem with this. I have a problem with this. This is fucking ridiculous, right? Yeah, basically the entire fucking internet is upset with AI companies. But it's only Anthropic. Anthropic is the one doing this. Grok's not doing this. Fucking OpenAI is not doing this. But, yeah, it's one of those things where it's like the antis have a right to be mad at this, but then they can't actually do the basic research of, you know, checking to see which companies are actually doing it. So I digress, right? So anyway, there's my thoughts on this. I personally will never use Claude again because I don't want the priceless artifacts that are being scanned to be treated the same way the worthless books are, right? So, yeah, that's just my 2 cents on that. I do not like this. I'm gonna have to find another AI to actually make games under my direction. But you know, it's better than it's better than funding this shit. Anything to be anti, right? Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so before getting to this thing right here, let's do some VTuber stuff. What is this? I might get to some more news stuff as well later. It depends on how long these take. But I do actually have a collab on Wednesday. So today's Tuesday, so yeah, I'll probably be streaming on Wednesday and Thursday. Might have something on Friday too, it depends, but yeah. Right, y'all might actually get a full week of this retard except for Monday, right? So, ain't Leaf making games? Yes, I don't know what program she's using though. So I'm gonna have to find that out, because also, when I was using Claude, it actually did get some of the stuff were correct, but it had problems with, like, for example, the transformation mechanic, which is where you rotate the piece by either 90 or 180 degrees. It'll make sense in the chess game that I eventually release. It's meant again, that might not make any sense. Like, chess game, rotating pieces, what the fuck does that mean? It'll make sense when I actually release the game, right? But it's going to take me a little bit longer to get the game released, because now I got to find what is the best alternative. Because I don't just want to make it to where it's like a static, you know, 2-dimensional image. I kind of want to make something that has a slight 3-dimensional feel to it. That way it can actually, like, you know, it gives a little bit more to where it's like you can move the camera around the board. But first I got to get the actual board game itself to work. So I got a little bit to deal with that. But, so I wanted to talk about this. Because I found out about this yesterday, and I was like, this is fucking funny as hell. Right? Oh my god. Oof, I ate too much today. Honestly, honestly, I can relate. The place I was the place I work, you know, they brought food, and then there was still food left behind. They're like, hey, does anyone want this? No one else wanted it. It was like, I'll take the food. I am dying, right? Ate a little bit too much. But okay, I was dying for a moment. Possibly. I don't know what that is. I'll have to look that up. But I wanted to talk about this, right? Because this is Doki loses her shit at the demonic-looking robot the U.S. is building. I was fucking losing my mind with this because it was just so funny in like a dark comedy kind of way, right? Hold on. Let me make sure Twitch is actually... because I don't know if... Oh, wait. Kenok and Kura are on Twitch, so yes, I'm getting their messages. Okay. Moment of madness there, right? Anyway, let's get through this. So, this reads, and I know chat's in the way, so let me take chat out for a bit. Imagine being stuck in debris after an earthquake, wondering if you're going to make it. Something moves above you. You feel hope for the first time since you were trapped, and the first thing you see is the spawn of Satan. Right? That may sound a little bit bizarre, but she's actually not that far off. She's actually even closer on... Oh, wait, I should probably move myself. She's closer on the assessment than she might want to think, right? So the tweet for Drone Wars, so this is at Drone Wars on the 29th of July. U.S. company Satyris, so a female satyr. And if anyone doesn't know what a satyr is, it's the fucking goat leg, things from Greek mythology, is developing tree halves, a centaur-style robot designed for dangerous environments such as wildfires, rubble searches, toxic areas, and confined spaces. The system combined a humanoid upper body with a quadrupedal mobility platform. Hashtag USA, hashtag robotics, hashtag UGV. So it's an unmanned ground vehicle. And hashtag AI. Now, here's the thing. I actually think the idea of like a centaur or something like a centaur for like a search and rescue vehicle is actually not a bad idea. So there's an advantage with quadrupedism, right? And the advantage is that it's more stable. If one foot missteps, there is an added, there's actually more to balance and to help the balance of the machine, right? Whereas in bipedalism, bipedal locomotion is sometimes correctly called a series of controlled falls, because that's exactly what it is. But in quadrupedal locomotion, the fall itself is actually not required. Hold on, let me turn chat back on. Let's see. Everybody's talking about it. Yes. Baptomet to the rescue. Oh, wait a minute. You know what? That reminds me. Because when my computer crashed in the last stream, I actually lost a bunch of the videos I had slated to talk about, and I don't remember what half of them were. But you just reminded me of one of them. So thank you, Philip, for that. Yes, the evil Uma Musumes, right? But yeah, so I had a thought when I saw this, like, holy fuck.
I tweeted about it and I really want to talk about it. But did you guys see the fucking Antichrist that America's building right now for search and rescue robots? I tweeted about it because I was like, this has to be like satire. This can't be fucking real.
This had to have come from the bee.
No, they spent millions of dollars developing this too. So I'll show you guys a picture of it. A U.S. robot developing agency is making new robots for search and rescue. So like your initial thought must have been like, I hope it's friend-shaped.
The baby bots do look satanic, but give it time, it won't be too horrifying. Okay, so here's the thing. I actually know why they went with some of the design choices. Just looking at it, I can already tell why they went with some of the design choices. But it baffles the mind that they didn't think to test this out. Anyway, they should have gotten a psychologist to actually help them with this, because again, you're trying to interface with a human being, right? When we get to the relevant part, I'll tell you exactly why they made a particular decision and why it's actually understandable but equally baffling. I hope it's friend-shaped. What a wild but accurate statement. Yeah. Oh my god. Speaking of which, hold on. Let me pull something out before we go. So, does anyone remember Baymax from Big Hero 6 in the animation? Not animation. In the fuck. No, I don't want the fucking movie one. Give me the comic one. Because you would think that is basically what Baymax looks like in the fucking comic. Oh my god. Fuck. I fucking hate Disney. No, give me the original one. As a comic purist, I am just like inundated with bullshittery. Okay, here we go. Good enough. Oh my god, they got this fuck. Okay, let's reduce that. I'm gonna just use Comic Vine because it came up like literally as the first one with a real picture. So let's go to images. I swear to god. Yeah, so this is what Baymax originally looks like in the comics. Remember, this is supposed to be a medic drone. They built it like a fucking suit of power armor. I don't know what the original designers for Baymax were thinking about, right? Because again, so it's like, yeah, Just, I hope it's friend shaped as the fucking rescue bot comes in looking like a goddamn ultramarine, like from fucking Warhammer, right? That does not look cuddly. No, it does not, right? I am satisfied with my care. Dogs were used for search and rescue. Yes, right? Oh my god. But yeah, so I will give Disney one thing, right? This is not a very good, like, medical droid. This is much better as a medical droid, right? If this were to come for me in like the middle of like a medical situation, I might be a little bit concerned. Like, please, Sanguinis, be careful not to crush my bones in your hands, right? Versus, you know, even this thing where it's like, okay, this is at least acceptable. Even though it's covered in this hard armor, it's at least fucking like rounded and there's no sharp edges, right? This is still probably better because, like, even though you have like the hard metal bones in here, the air pressure inside the thing gives it a sense of structural integrity that it can then use to like pick you up and not hurt you, right? But yeah, so not the first example of I hope it's friend shaped, and it turns out to not be friend shaped, right? Betamax, roll out for the Emperor, right? He's still cute. I mean, yeah. Fair, but still, in an emergency situation, that's not necessarily the face I want, right? But I'm used to Transformers. I mean, you know, that's an entirely fair point.
The specialty is wildfires, rubble searches, toxic areas, and confined spaces. So
the fire part is the one that like was like, oh my god, yes, you know what? Oh my god.
You know, you would think it'd be friend-shaped because if you're fucking dying or you're like at the verge of death, you would want to give them a nice image of like who their rescuers are. This is like the first image I saw from this tweet because I legit thought this was a fucking joke. And
look at that shit. That's what it sounds like. I was fucking laughing my ass off. I'm like, I would fucking not. You would. Oh my god, this thing could kill a man in the wrong state. Right? Like, holy shit! What the fuck is that? Right? I would be surprised if this thing were to like pop up in a fucking like situation in the real world. It's come for my soul. It's not even a centaur. It's like a fucking minotaur and a child with a centaur. It has a fucking cow head. Oh my god. There's no fucking way. Like, if you release this in the country and it's a wildfire, or if you reach something for like, or if you release these things for like search and rescue in the middle of the woods and it crosses the wrong person's property, there's no fucking way that what's gonna happen isn't gonna be something along the lines of like, where the fuck did I put it? Oh my god, this is the one time that this joke would actually come in handy and I fucking misplaced it again. Fuck, where did I put it? Hold on, give me one second. Like oh, here it is. There's no fucking way that like that would not be met with, right? Just not fucking happen, right? That thing wandered onto my property and I was in the middle of the woods and I didn't know what the fuck this thing was. I'd shoot it too, right? Holy shit. SCP-WATF 4311. No, I want no, I want out of the rubble. Can it carry me on its back? That actually, hold on. That's exactly one of the points I was making. It's like a centaur-esque shape is not just like better for carrying, not just better for like navigating across the terrain. It also could be retrofitted to be able to carry someone on its back, right? That's not for shit. That's an SCP. Exactly. What the fuck were they thinking? Also, the framing here and the lighting does not help them. I don't know why the fuck they took this picture this way. Holy shit. Just look at the way that it's lighted. Like, who's at the door? What are the four horsemen? As long as it don't have red eyes. I have bad news for you, Kianella. Han Shoddy's not gonna cut it. I need the barrette. It looks like it belongs in the fucking backrooms. Oh, look, this thing looks like it belongs in the pits of hell. Which, funny enough, I'll talk about that in a bit. Well, you would know who's alive by the screen. Yes, right. Crimson Rain, you are fucking like degenerate, but I like the energy at least.
So, yeah, it's like it's a centaur slash goat head, like, and a goat, by the way, and it's fully black, like it came from like the depths of hell, like they just burnt this guy, like. And like, what the fuck is with the eyes?
So funny enough, centaurs actually are in Dante's Inferno. I know we mentioned this in the last segment, right? But centaurs are actually featured in Dante's Inferno, specifically in Canto 12, in the first ring of the seventh circle. So that's, you know, they're specifically the guards of the river of boiling blood called Phlegethon, right? So in this particular area of hell, right, this is the punishment for those who are violent, right? So the first ring holds those who are violent against others. We're talking murderers, tyrants, warlords, and these souls are, you know, they stand submerged in the Phlegethon to a depth matching the severity of their crimes. Thousands of centaurs, you know, are on patrol of this river and at the banks, armed with bows and arrows. That way, it's like anyone who rises above the allotted area, their allotted range. Like, oh, that one right there. It's like, Genghis Khan is trying to get some air. Hold on, let me peg this guy from 300 meters away. Right? That's it. That's literally these. Like, the centaurs are there with bows and arrows to shoot down Attila the Hun, Genghis Khan, and fucking Joseph Stalin. Right? Oh my god. So it's like, yes, straight from the pits of hell, unironically, right? Why the fuck? I saw this and my first thought was like, holy Dante's Inferno. Oh my god. No, Muhammad is in a different area. He's actually in the false prophets section where he's constantly cut up and then put back together by demons. Although I will say, if they give it cushions and abs, the female human face smash. God damn it, Kura. The horrors may be beyond my comprehension, but they are not beyond my insatiable. Well, we're balanced out in the chat, it seems, right? Well, it's a prototype. Maybe it'll get better. Oh, I expect it'll get better. There's no fucking way they got this response for this thing. Because Doki and me are not the only ones who were thinking like this. This was just like genuinely everyone's response was like, what the fuck is that? This is getting redesigned before launch. I can guarantee it.
Earthquake just happened. You're in the rubble, and this is the first thing. Like, I would thought I died. Like,
right? That's what I said too. I showed this to a coworker. He was like, and that thing popped up in front of me, and I was in the middle of like a burning forest, and I was gasping for air. I too would think I had died, right? I'd be like, you know what? Dante was more right than I thought, and I'm about to find out. It seems fuck around has now meant find out, right? I have stipulations at least before, right?
I'm in the fifth circle of hell. Like, and then one of their
again, she's got the wrong circle, but you know, she's in the right fucking yeah. It's a little bit deeper than that, but still.
Task: search and rescue for wildfire. So like, their fucking great idea for this is to give the robot a fucking chainsaw.
Okay, so here's the thing. I understand that, like, from the first one, that in the middle of a fire, this would be a bad idea. But obviously, the chainsaw is not necessarily for the fire. This is very specifically. And again, this is a much better angle than. Let me go back for just a bit. That. Why the fuck did they use this one? Why did they just use this? What the fuck is wrong with these people? Why the bull helmet? Right? Well, it's supposed to be a goat, apparently. Because, again, the name of the company is Satyrs, you know, based off of, like, a female satyr. But it's like, what the fuck is... What is with you people? What the fuck? A cute cow or dog centaur would be cute, though. Yeah, right? They could have at least tried... If this was made by a Japanese company, it would actually be really cute. Because it's made by an American company. They're like, fuck all the optics. Let's give people heart attacks. That way we don't have to, you know, bother the fucking EMTs, I guess, right? Goat my ass. Yeah, I agree.
As if that's gonna help anything. Like,
I mean, actually, the chainsaw thing could help if, like, again, someone's pinned. It actually could potentially be help. But again, I see this thing and it's got a chainsaw. That's not my first fucking thing. Helen Keller designed this. What the fuck? would ride the second one. Exactly. This is a much better fucking one. Okay, so this is literally the exact same thing as this. This is the exact same prototype. The only difference is that this one is in a better angle and lighting. And it doesn't look like it's about to bust through a fucking door to get you, right?
Why would you give it a fucking chainsaw? Like,
again, the chainsaw thing is actually pretty easy to figure out. It's just... Oh yeah, and I was going to tell you. So I can tell you why they went with the damnable face that they did. And it's because, again, we already know that human faces are uncanny, right? When you try to make them fake human faces. And the last thing that they want to do is, again, have a fucking centaur in the middle of a forest. Hey, if you think this is bad, now think about, like, the most uncanny human face that you've ever seen in like a robot doing the thing with the search and rescue. All of a sudden you got the centaur come out and it's trying to get to you. It's like, oh my god, that would also be fucking terrifying for most people. So they went with something that isn't human to make it less, intimidating, and they just made it more intimidating. I mean, it looked like something out of a fucking like medieval painting, right? Of hell. Want to see it move? Ooh, that's actually a really good point. I don't know if I would copyright struck for getting that video, but so onward, chainsaw goat. We have furcury to commit. Oh, fuckery to commit. Fair enough. The chainsaw of damnation. I need a rosary right the fuck now. I'm not even Catholic, but I need one. I'll take the animal face. Exactly. It would probably be worse with the human face. But they could have at least put some effort into making this not fucking, look like an actual demon.
and by the way, this is human remote controlled, so it's not like an actual AI or whatever. So if this is remote controlled by a human, why the fuck does it look like this? Why did they add horns? And then you know what was so funny?
Hold on, did I accidentally skip?
Or whatever. So if this is remote control,
okay, so I didn't. I just I hit the wrong button and anyway. So even I can actually kind of answer this part too. Imagine if this thing had like a synthetic voice, trying to help you. I don't think that this would go over. I think again with all the combinations that we had, I think that would actually potentially be bad too. But if this thing has like a human voice at the same time, I don't know which one's worse. It's like a fucking mockingbird at that, or like a lyrebird, right? It's like it just emits the sound of man at you, right? I don't know if I'd prefer it to be like a jarbled but still coherent machine voice, or if I'd rather it be like a human voice of the person on the other side, right? Oh my god! And also, not to mention like the problems of trying to remote control something in the middle of a fire, right? Like a raging forest fire. But I digress. Let's see. Give it a human face and long blonde hair, and all of a sudden that Revelations chapter is making more sense, right? So they have cameras where the eyes probably
controlled by a human. Why the fuck does it look like this? Why did they add horns? And then you know what was so funny? One of the key features.
Okay, I'm gonna have to like again. No, okay, that was the wrong button. Oh, here it is. So the horns apparently ? So again, Satyrs Robots is the name of the company. To the question in this thread about the necessity of the horns, we place cameras there so we can see the positions of all limbs and tools. Gives a layer of redundancy in case there are issues with encoders on the actuators. Thanks for all the interest in our robot. See, that makes some degree of sense, but you're telling me you couldn't think of any other kind of design? You couldn't have put fucking wings on this thing instead of horns? Right? Oh my god. Those eyes definitely glow red. Oh, they do. They do. I don't know why they did that, but they do. A deep guttural growl, right? Wait, I get it. They expect the rescuee to pass out from fear, so they're easier to rescue, right? I mean, also, this thing is made of plastic and metal. What the fuck is it supposed to do in the middle of a fire when it's probably just bombarded with thermal radiation, right? Is it supposed to just like pick you up and like burn the shit out of you, or is it actually supposed to like lead you somewhere? Digging the new songs. Thank you. I got a new one coming out today as well. Let's see. If it's supposed to be female, it needs a booba. I mean, true, but there's also plenty of depictions of demons with Booba as well. So it's like, I don't know that that would help. Actually, it might make this thing more uncanny.
Is that the robot cannot fit through a standard door frame if the large demonic horns are installed. Why does it need large demonic horns?
Okay, so it does not say this in like the actual citation given. They may have said that, they may not have, but why would you want this thing not to go into a space if it's for search and rescue? What? I don't understand. I would hope they have thermal regulators on the back for transport. Hopefully, right?
Like, this is like one of the notes that they wrote.
So, again, why did they use this fucking angle in picture? Like, again, I see this thing come out in the middle of, like, again, trying to save me from a burning forest. I don't necessarily, or a burning building. I don't necessarily know that this thing is trying to help me. Again, I don't know if I've died and this is like the fucking psychopomp taking me straight to hell, right? Oh my god. Wait, the eyes on the horns, it's the alien from that book series where the kid turns into animals. Oh, Animorphs. Animorphs. Wait, is it Animorphs? I think it's Animorphs. Yeah, it's Animorphs. You are being rescued. Do not resist. It's right. Why not Fallout 4 Assaultron with the head laser? So, I'm going to read this here because I don't think Doki actually reads this. 3 halves will be, and that's the name of this thing right here, will be substantially slowed if attempting to navigate a standard American 32 by 80 inch door and cannot turn around in a 42 inch wide hallway or enter the door orthogonal to the hallway. Larger horns can be fit to prevent any passage through. Why do I want it to not go into the thing that I'm trying to rescue people from? This does not make any sense to me, right? It also, I mean, it doesn't really need to turn around if it can walk backwards, so I don't really care about that part. But there probably needed to be something to allow for like a joint in the middle so that in a tight space it might be able to still get in, right? But again, I digress. I would also like to note that the other horrifying aspect of this, it's taller than the truck. In other words, it's freaking taller than me. Yeah, that's another thing, right? This definitely would activate someone's megalophobia, right? It's like, you don't have to be specifically scared of big things, but big things naturally scare human beings, right? For damn good reasons. It seems useless. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of design problems with this. In general, I think a centaur, like, robot for search and rescue is actually not necessarily a bad idea. It's just, I can already see some real big problems with this.
Oh, so I guess it's like, if you want to stop it from going through doorways, make sure to install the fucking devil horns.
And also, it seems like this could be easily solved by just putting, like, a joint at the neck so it could turn its head. Right? Just, I am 76 inches tall, and this thing is too tall for an 80-inch door. Yeah, it totally has tank controls. Oh, we'll get there.
So you'll be safe from the goat monster. Like, I don't understand why.
Oh my god, hold on. One of those chatters in, hold on, might actually have a point. Hold on, let's see if I can get back there. Okay, so right there. You'll see at Noivern1380. I just looked to the chat and saw this. This is an art project. This has to be. If this is a real defense project, this thing needs to go through several divisions, right? If this is a real search and rescue project, it needs to go through several revisions. If this is an art project, I wouldn't exactly be surprised. The artists do some fucking wacky shit all the time, right? So it's taller than 6'8". Yep.
I don't understand. Why is it not friend-shaped? Like, oh, you might as well make the eyes red, you know?
But yeah, I have a sneaking suspicion they basically hired a fucking art major for like at least the face.
And then apparently you can store your guns in it. Like...
Yeah. Wait, there's a tactical version of this too, right? Call the Connors, call the T100, get a hold of Arnold Jesus Flippers. Saw the thumbnail, lol, I didn't I make it? I don't know. Okay, the thumbnail I've had for a long time. I don't know if you made it, but the but that particular Pepe I've had for like years. Oh my god. But yeah, so like there's an air reservoir in the back apparently, which I mean, if you're rescuing people from a fire, they're probably going to need. There's going to be one in the chest, and there's an e-stop at the like I guess like ab. Yeah, that would be ab level for some reason. Or I guess like you put your hand in front of it and you tell it to stop. But yeah, no, apparently you could give it guns too, and I'm like, okay, so it's a. Look, if you were going to give this thing guns, then like make this into a combat weapon, I could see giving it the. Where are we? 248. This would make sense as like a fucking combat droid, right? This is like, look at this. It's like surrender terrorist. Right? It's just like that would make more sense. But this is supposed to be a search and rescue, robot. What the fuck were they doing? It's like at ab level. Okay, that's based. Like I would play a game with this as the main character that you control in a horror game. Yeah, exactly.
They have pockets to store your guns. So there's a sensor there, so you do need to stop it. You just got.
What an inopportune time to take a drink of my soda. Damn it, Kura. But yes, send this to fucking Arrest-a-san. I know I animated it. Where is the tour shape? Oh my god. You gotta send me that animation. That sounds fucking hysterical. We rescuing Kaya. Mount a minigun in place of the torso. Yeah, I mean, you could. Actually, that is basically already a thing. China already has like dog-sized minigun platforms. And yeah, automated kill machines are going to be a thing. Fuck, I can type up. I have that exact problem.
You gotta wave your hand in front of the chest and be like, stop, just in case. You
send it to the back rooms.
I don't know who does.
Oh my god, you know what? Maybe I am gonna download Cash App just so I can send this to Goji Chronic. Be like, hey, for the $5 Cash App short, could this survive the back rooms? Cue the bar mitzvah song, Mazel Tov, right? I'll try to find it. All right, thank you.
Sign. The fact that they gave him a fucking chainsaw is fucking wild.
But the chainsaw actually makes sense for the search and rescue function here. The gun and the knife doesn't necessarily make sense for this unless they're gonna extend this to like police action, in which case it's like.
Stop, Steven. Back away. If you need to stop him, remember to stab him in the heart, guys. It's a boss.
It doesn't look like the torso is actually able to bend down from what I'm looking at. It doesn't look like it has an appropriate joint to do that. So I guess to pick someone up, it has to just like lay down. Like, unless it can actually. Unless that's the... No, that doesn't look like that's the joint at all. Yeah, I don't actually understand how this works. I'd have to see a schematic. Of course, they'll extend this to police action, probably. To be fair, could you imagine sending like a a squad of these into gang-controlled territories? Holy fuck, right? We could absolutely psychological warfare this shit, right? We could absolutely do what they did in like the invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan, where it's like you had people on tanks blaring fucking Disturbed, right? Like, yeah, we could absolutely pull something like that off with these. And I kind of want to see that actually. Chainsaw maker sense until it recognizes my limb for a tree. Yeah, that's another problem that I have. Well, this isn't piloted by AI. This is piloted by a human. Arch was criticizing the tool holder as badly designed. It probably is. I don't even really see where the fuck the tool holder is, to be perfectly honest. It just says air reservoir. Is that the tool holder? That doesn't make any sense.
But And that's its weak point.
Yeah, I saw an air reservoir, and I was like, oh shit, okay, maybe they're gonna put something where it's like you can, again, like where you can put oxygen in there, but you don't want to send that into a fire, so that doesn't make any sense.
Don't forget to parry the ghost, Steven.
So yeah, that was my thoughts on Doki Bird's reaction to that bullshit, right? Hold on, before I end this segment, I kind of want to see. All right, the centaur is real. That's the Young Turks. I don't want the Young. Oh my god. Demon Rescue Bot. Yeah, that's one way to describe it. I actually just want to see the thing in action. I don't want anything with music. I just want the thing. Super humanoid robotic centaur that's creeping everyone out. Okay, hold on. Maybe the actual website will have the thing. Okay. Ayo, Keen, right? Okay, hold on. I'm not gonna go to Instagram. What the fuck? What is this? Oh my god. Okay, that's funny. That's funny. That's not what I expected. Okay, so I guess there's. I guess people also made their own fucking cursed turtle. Centaur chassis. So yeah, from this angle, it doesn't look that bad. That's still like, I don't know why the fuck they went with this. Hold on. There's no way this isn't fucking ARG. This is hilariously horrific. The fucking website has instructions on what specific doors it can't go through to escape it and how to kill with it with a gun. Absolutely love this thing. Oh my god, I need a 3/2 plush. Yeah, again, it's like if you thought it was bad before, look into those eyes. Right? Oh, hold on. Let's let it stare into chat's soul for a bit, right? This thing, right? Just this thing comes to get you in the middle of a fucking fire. Again, this thing comes to rescue me. I think there's a non-zero possibility. Some people might die just from fright from looking at this thing, and it's trying to save them, right? Holy shit! Oh my god. What the fuck? These people are morons. Not a single fucking person when was like, hey, how's this gonna deal with like the customer base? Right? Oh my god. Let's try media. Oh my god. I have this movie. Yeah, this is a really good. This is a good horror. This is The Ritual, by the way. This is a really good horror movie. But yeah, you know what? I could totally see how people would see that and be like, "Holy fuck!" Yeah, the comparison with Baphomet. I'm not exactly gonna complain. I'm not exactly gonna hold anyone against that. This is a really fucking stupid design choice. They were trying. Someone was trying to be edgy, and that's we don't have to guess. We can already know, right? Your eyes come up, and this is what you see in the middle of the fire as you're gasping for air. As you like, I'm trying. Hold on, I gotta move myself. Oh my god. They edgy too close to the sun. Oh my god. They did not understand the customer base. Holy shit. I gotta catch up with chat. Hold on. I'll leave y'all with this hell eyes for a bit, right? Even worse, lol, if they don't let gamers control it, it's useless. Get a Dark Souls veteran, right? In the hand, the cursed turtle. It may not even really work. I don't think this is going to work very well. I'm going to have nightmares for tonight, guaranteed, yeah. It loves you. Sure, let's go with that, right? Found it, put it in your shit posting section for tour Discord. Thank you. For your Discord, let's see. Someone edged too close to the sun. Yes. Give it the Japanese to make it friend shaped. I agree. They can make the centaur friend shaped, but they're gonna have to give it to Japan. Japan will be the one to figure it out. Holy shit. And yeah, it looks like they're talking like a gematria type stuff here. Because the inference is not exactly that hard to make, to be perfectly honest, right? Just... oh my god. So... okay, even taking away the horns and just giving it better and more realistic eyes might not have worked either. Oh my god. Are you satisfied with your care? Oh my god. It is not Baymax! It is not Friendshaped! Holy shit, I'm having too fun with this. Oh my god. Alright, it doesn't look like there's any actual video of this thing. So, fuck me, I guess, right? That's all I really want. Ah. That was a fucking good laugh. Holy shit. I'm gonna wake up in a cold sweat and shit covered pants. Hopefully not, man. It's like, what the fuck were they thinking? Holy shit. Ah. Don't hold the pillow to my face, right? I didn't even think about that, right? Are you satisfied with my care? As he holds the pillow menacingly with his robotic might, right? Okay, so since we went through a bit of horror and a bit of disgust, right, with the AI corporations, let's do so. Let's do something a little bit like I don't know. I don't remember what the word is. You know, to break from the distressing cycle. Hello, Automod, my old friend, right? All right. So this is Sadaway says some French people don't like her because of this. And interesting. Oh, I've reacted to this person before. All right. Let's see why some of the Frenchies don't like the best French girl, right? Well, best French girl, I don't know. Ruby Gaki is also on that list. Anyway, Sadaway will make it better. Yes, the horrors of the centaur from hell will be soothed by the French girl in the Tsukimizu.
France, and they don't know you, Sadly, because a lot of people in France think you hate French. Yeah, actually, there's also we think like, you know, the French.
To be fair to the French people, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but back in her older days of streaming, she did have a joke where she would consistently deny being French. And there was even, hold on, let me see. Hold on, let me see if we can find this. It's not a long video, but like, okay, no, not that. That's not something I'm gonna watch during the stream, but that does tell me that that video is open for me to comment on, because I didn't think I could react to any of the Nick Shirley videos, but apparently I can. Oh, Pippa's got a new outfit. Anyway, Sadaway. Let's see. That's okay. That. God damn it, woman. Okay, so let's try the bread one then. By being extremely French. Okay. This might be it. It also might not be it. This is going to give me a second video to put into the fucking description. So I hope this is it, because if not, then fuck me, I guess. But, alright.
Yes. If you watch Fast and the Furious and you thought the phrase "it's all about family" means you should marry your cousin, you are inbred.
Or Muslim. Anyway. Well, I guess to be fair, there's a large overlap between the two.
Okay. Okay,
Yes.
thank you very much for the explanation. Like, you're
So
not
what's
joking,
your
right?
favorite
You're not...
kind of inbred?
Oh, wait, I just...
I like ciabatta.
Okay, this is the one. This is the one. Because this was back in the time when, like, Sadawe was still practicing her English, so she wasn't fully caught up. It's the same thing.
Also sourdough. For Nickel. Sorry, if you were a loaf of bread, what loaf of bread would you be?
A what?
If you were a loaf of bread, which one would you be?
A loaf of bread?
Yes. Yes.
I
Yeah.
don't know. Like,
Hey yo, what the fuck?
I don't know. A bread is a bread. I don't know any, like, you know, sort of breads.
Like, name the first bread that comes to your mind.
A baguette.
The way she fucking says that, I beg it. It's like disappointed. So, yeah, there was a whole arc in the older Sadawe stuff where Sadawe would because it was the character she was playing, right? She was playing a character, and it was like, oh yeah, I'm not French. I'm an AI that just speaks French, right? And that's fair. But, you know, it did kind of come off to some people who were kind of retarded, to be perfectly honest, as her saying that she didn't like being French. But, yeah, you got stuff like that where it's like, yes, I am the ethnic stereotype. And it's like, it's endearing, right? It's endearing that Sadawe in that instance was an ethnic stereotype. But, that being said, yeah, so it's kind of shit like that that makes some French people think that she doesn't like French. But also those French people are retarded. But then again, they're French, so it's like they can't exactly help it.
VTubing community, people, a lot of them think that I
Poor
just
girl.
hate French people and I hate my country. And it's because, so basically, like, you know, it came from a very old drama of mine, and it was right when I decided to transition from French to a full-time English streamer and not speaking French anymore in my chat.
Yeah, and obviously one of the things. Actually, hold on. God damn it! Am I gonna have to do like? I'm gonna have to do like 3 different videos on this. Not videos, but I'm gonna have to do 3 different videos in this fucking one section. Is a useless. My Sadawe lore might actually be deeper than I expected. Okay, where is... Which one of the 50,000 tabs do I have this open on? There it is. Okay.
Don't learn French because it's a useless language. It's just too many words. Unless you want to maybe date somebody who's French, why not? English as...
To be fair, I do find the foreign accent ladies to be quite, enticing, right?
even more word, don't we? Yeah, but English have shorter way of saying things in comparison to French. Okay, I'm going to give again my example that I always give about why French is a complicated language. Okay, so you basically have a
Oh my god, is she gonna talk about the counting?
movie that is called, I think it's The Horse Whisperer or Horse Whisperer. The Horse Whisperer. But if you want the French version of this title, it is L'homme qui murmurait à l'oreille des chevaux. So it's double the amount of words. It is completely stupid.
Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily a fair representation of French, but it's a funny meme representation of French. But it's very obvious that like Sadawe moved to the full-time English streaming partly to practice her English, right? Because English is just, let's be fair, it's a larger base, right? There's going to be more people who are watching VTubers than speaking English than French, right? Like, how many places actually speak French? You have like French Canada, you have French in Europe, and then you have like French Africa, but like maybe one colony that's maybe speaks French as like a second language in not Papua New Guinea, and like fucking the Polynesians, right? Is Tahiti a French territory still? Yeah, I think Tahiti's is still a French territory. But it's like, again, they don't really speak French over there though, even though it's a French territory. The accent, right? ESL is pretty hot, especially Slavic accent ESL. Well, we know what we know what direction Kura's going, right? I can tell I'm getting stares of disapproval from Runya currently. Well, I mean, possibly. I could feel the stares. She's not French, trust me. English is the only language anyone would need, let's be fair. I mean, for like global communication, yeah, for the most part. If you're gonna go, obviously, if you're gonna go to a specific place, then yeah, you should probably learn the local language. But yeah, English is like a ridiculously overpowered language in terms of like its utility.
And like, I have a specific rule in my chat that is you have to speak English or you don't talk any other language. And they thought like, you know, I was going after French people, that I hated them.
To be fair, a lot of French people have a chip on their shoulder, right? It is just a thing, and I'm not entirely sure as to the why, but that actually reminds me, I need to do that reaction. I need to do a commentary on that Australian guy's video. But that being said, just random thought, I'd have to write this down.
When the rule applies to absolutely everybody who did not speak English. So so they came up like, you know, with the idea that, you know, I hate like, you know, French people.
There's also, hold on, another thing that crosses my mind. It's also, like, again, if you are ESL, right? So you're not as good in English as you are French. Having a combined English-French chat requires you to switch gears more often, which is a higher cognitive load on the person having to do this, right? So it's also probably just easier on her to have one language in the chat. That way she doesn't have to constantly switch over between English and French. And also because it just makes processing what chat is actually saying faster as a result. Mouse be true, right? A lot of Western Europe, yeah.
And at the same time, I was denying about being French because I wanted to stay in character, because initially my character...
Again! Okay, so actually I did not watch this originally. I saw like the first... What was it? Okay, so I got like the first 30 seconds in, and then I decided this is probably one I'm going to want to react to. But yeah, it's like, it was very obvious back in the day. It's like, oh yeah, she's playing a character who's not French, so she's going to say she's not French when you ask her about it, because guess what? She's playing a character who's not French, and she's staying in character. That's entirely fine. But it's like, oh my god. There were a lot of people who thought that she genuinely didn't like France. They're like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? She's playing a character. Let's see. I do love Alana speaking Russian. Oh, she does. She has a very pretty voice, right? When she pronounced Lahom ki murmurait L'Oreal de Chavao. I don't speak French, so I'm probably butchering that. It was off a bit. Well, she's also like European French, and I'm pretty sure there's differences between like pronunciation with French and like a European French and Canadian French, but I'm not entirely sure. There's also a fun fact, actually, that when you live in a different place, or like you actually engage in like talking with people from a different place, it actually changes your accent. So you can actually speak in a different accent and cadence, for example, online, than you might, for example, in real life. Actually, there's been a number of people online who've commented on that, where it's like they don't speak like that in real life, but because it's how they spoke with their gaming friends, right? And their gaming friends all had a particular accent, they ended up adopting the accent. So now every time they get online and they talk to someone online, it's just the way they talk online, even though that's not actually how they really talk. And they're not doing it on purpose. It's just the way that they ended up what would you say, finding a middle ground with the people around them, right? And this is also why we actually have an Antarctic English, right? Because in Antarctica, there's no people who live in Antarctica, but you get people who actually have to live for long periods of time there, right? And they come from all over the place. Then their speech patterns actually slightly shift towards each other, towards some central compromise, right? And you end up with not a dialect, but an Antarctic accent of English, which develops naturally from people with different accents coming together, and then having to come up with effectively what is I think it's like a pidgin accent. Let's see. It's the same for Cuban Spanish versus Mexican Spanish. I did have to help pull a Puerto Rican and a Mexican off of each other when I was in the military for that exact problem. Let's see. There's Louisiana French. You know what? Fair enough. I watched many French movies. She's off. Okay. Let's see. I spent a month listening to British, Scottish YouTubers and picked up their accents. Understandable. Thanks, Dankula.
Coming from a timeline in a world where there's no country left, there's only wastelands. You know, they had to rebuild everything with, like, you know, the few people, civilization that had survived. And
I just realized this video is definitely getting copyright struck because of the fucking anime music in the background, but I digress.
I like I wanted to give a lore to the fact I have an accent on my stream, which was how, like, when I traveled timeline, my language chip got damaged and I was left with a French thick accent and only a scarce of English. And so that's basically, like, you know, the whole, like, reason of why I was, you know, doing all of this. But people, they're just too dumb. Their minds is very narrow, and so they would just think, oh, so we just hate French people. Like, it's
yeah, I remember all that because I would. There was a time when it's like I had access to, like, the computer during the mornings, and I was like, okay, yeah, sure, I'll watch Saturday. And that was a thing that would have occasionally happened. She wasn't the person who, when I mostly had, like, VTuber hours in the morning. She's not the one I would usually watch, but she was one that popped up on occasion.
not even hidden. It was explicitly said in my 1.0 lore video that is available on my main YouTube archive. YouTube channel, sorry. Maybe you need to have the...
Oh yeah, again, I really like her voice. I'm not gonna lie, right? I do like the accent. LMAO, I once picked up a Cockney accent. Did it really censor Cockney? Yeah, when I was in a COD clan with a bunch of UK expats, listening to videos of me cursing while playing at college was hilarious. I don't hate the French, the language, on the other hand. Understandable.
French flag are present at all time in order them to get to the point. I show that I'm French. I just, like, you know, now explicitly say it because I just decided to stop role playing as, you know, my character. I'm just being myself fully. I mean, I was already myself, but I'm not.
Yeah, that's also why that's also why her channel name changed.
I'm not pretending anymore, you know. So I just, like, people just leave me alone. Oh yeah, Capota Brute are French people. So actually, like, the guy at the synth is really freaking funny because I met him like a few years back. And I was like, hello, I'm a big fan. And he said, hello, big fan. And I'm like, no! He's such a boomer. So, yeah, he had this kind of humor when I met him. Capota Brute is a very, very dad joke kind of guy. Yeah, but you can help suddenly. People are just dumb. And but I did that.
Well, it seems like she enjoyed the joke. I literally took Arabic to not learn French in school. Was that really an upgrade? Was that really an upgrade?
It's one of the reasons you ain't popular in France, to hang out with some people in this visit. That's the view a lot of them have on you. Like, the thing is, like, I'm not popular in France, but it has nothing to do with the fact that I'm hanging with or without people from, you know, there. It doesn't change anything. I think that I saw a lot of, like, French people that just hate me explicitly because they saw that I have a success that they do not have, and most of them just hate me when I did absolutely nothing to them.
Ah, jealousy. Yes, the hatred of the productive for being for you being unproductive, right? Many such cases, right? The unproductive hating the productive because they are productive. Oh my god. Yes, because now I can curse out certain people and stuff. There's a utility in that. There is a utility in that.
They just hate me. What's the name of that character from the Digital Circus? Gangol, I think it is. Yeah, by example, there was like some drama that I saw on Twitter at some point 2-3 months ago now, And I looked at it and I was like, oh, it was regarding like, the Gangle French VA of the Digital Circus. And I was wondering, oh, what's up? And I looked and stuff, and it was talking about like, her being a groomer and some shit like that. And then I was like, oh, I want to check like, her Twitter profile. So I went like, her Twitter profile, and I just saw she blocked me, the French Gangle VA.
Pre-blocking is very odd. I don't think I've been pre-blocked yet. I can't remember a time where I was pre-blocked. But then again, I don't know that I would remember if I was pre-blocked, because that would register as like, oh, that's not a conversation worth having. So like, why the fuck would I even like remember it, to be perfectly honest? But yeah, it's like I hate half the people who do pre-blocking, because it's like, the reason they do it is so a lot of these people do it because they want to be able to talk shit behind your back and then you not be able to respond. And one of the things that a lot of these pre-blockers do is they'll fucking like block you, and then they will unblock you temporarily, make a post about you, tag you in the post, and then block you again. That way you can't respond to it. But here's a fun fact. You can still respond to someone who's blocked you, right? Just log out of X, and then use X on a spoof account, right? Something that's not actually attached to anything that you have. Look at the post, the poster. Oh, they're talking about me. Just copy the link and then put the link in your tweet, right? On the account that's blocked. You can still put the link in the tweet, and the tweet will still send out the link, right? So you can still cite what it is that you're talking about. It does turn out you can actually get around a lot of this stuff, right?
And I was like, I don't even know her. I never talked to her. I do not know who they are, but they got me blocked on Twitter.
It was either Spanish, French, or German in school for me for spoken language. I took none. I took Latin for 4 years. That was my language class. Really wish, to be perfectly honest, that the Latin has come in very handy, right? Especially considering I've had issues with, my family sometimes has medical problems, right? So it really does help to be able to understand like Greek and Latin roots to understand what the fuck doctors are talking about sometimes. So I've acted as the translator for the family on occasion, but where was I going with this? Oh yeah, I really wish that like they had also possibly had like a American Sign Language class. It also seems like that would have been really fucking useful.
So I guess...
But also, I don't exactly have an excuse for not learning American Sign Language. I actually had a long time where I could have learned it, chose not to learn it because it didn't cross my mind, and now I don't understand American Sign Language because of my decision to not really think about it. And I was like, fuck, well, this is actually a really interesting, really pretty language, would actually be really, really nice to know. Also, I could be able to speak to people who are deaf, right? So it's like, yeah, it turns out deciding not to decide or to think about something does have the consequence of, well, you'll never cultivate that skill. You might lose the time that would be available to do that.
So I guess, they used to be apparently a VTuber from what I had seen online. And I'm like, okay, so either like
I don't know what the Gangle French lore is about this, so I can't really confirm or deny any of this.
They decided to think that I hate French people, so they blocked me, or because I was maybe showing too much in their, timeline, and they decided to block me. Sometimes people just don't like, seeing somebody on their timeline so much if, they're being spammed by a topic, and so they would just block, which I understand, because I do the same thing. So,
well, I mean, it's easier to just mute than block, to be perfectly honest, right? There's no reason to block someone that's never actually interacted with you. You could just mute that particular subject, and your algorithm will learn what it is you keep muting, right? Learned it because I'm half deaf, I like ASL. It is actually a fascinating language, but it's it was never really something that I had an opportunity for. And because it never really popped up in my face, I just never really thought about it. Probably should have learned ASL, though. It probably was something that I probably should have done.
Yeah. I never understood,
If I get the time, right? If time opens up and I have the time again, I'll definitely try to, put in some effort to learn ASL. But, again, I'm kind of swamped with stuff.
why people are jealous. I do feel like, you know, sometimes jealousy of, you know, things, but I don't know. I wouldn't think maybe it's jealous. I think like, you know, I'm envious. I'm envious because I do not hate when good things are happening to people around me, because I'm like, oh man, you know, I'm like, fuck, I wish I could, that were me. But I'm not gonna actively hate on them and be like, oh, they don't deserve it. Like, you know, what they have, like that's not fair. I just, no, like if they got it, you know, they got the opportunity, and that's just it. I think I'm somebody who is envious of others. So instead of just crying about it, I'm just making my very own opportunities in my own fields that I'm good with and the contact I have as well, and that's just about it. VTubers are absolutely.
Let's see. There's more use to learning Spanish. Well, I mean, I live in Texas, so Spanish is a widely spoken language here. But to be fair, I am also of the opinion of deport all illegals, right? And a lot of these people who refuse to learn English are illegals. So it's like, I have no interest in learning how to talk to people who, you know, probably shouldn't be here in the first place. Like, I have nothing against the Spanish language per se, right? But let's be fair, a lot of the people who only speak Spanish in the, you know, in Texas, they're not Tejanos. They're not Tejanos.
Not popular, at least in France. In EU, I would say, I think we're pretty popular in EU. Yes, if you look at Dokami, by example, I'm sure, like, you know, there were a lot of booth for VTubers this year, even last year. Sorry, but if you look at any other French streamer in France, they are unpopular because nobody give a fuck about VTubers in France. There's, like, you know, some French people who enjoy VTubers, but there's not enough of them to grow a community centered around that team. Because sometimes I do actually lurk over smaller French VTubers, and they're just really small. They go like between 10 viewers to 100, sometimes 200. And the few that goes a bit above, there are people who actually speak a little bit of English. There's always 100, but never 1,000.
Yeah, I mean, again, just the English market for VTubers is much more insatiable, to be perfectly honest. Right? First of all, the market is bigger. Second of all, the market is a lot more devoted, right? So if you want to know the pragmatic reason why she might turn, so the other ones, why she might have turned her chat into to English only, is just, it is more economically advantageous for her to do so, right? And I'm not going to rag on her for that. If that is the main reason, then that's good enough of a reason. But, you know, that is one of the reasons she did that.
It's so popular because in France, I'd say people are, I don't know, because like we're a small country, I would say, in comparison to if we were to compare ourselves to America, because we're the side of a state of America if we think about it.
You were not. Well, I mean, to be fair, in America, the states are pretty fucking wildly sized, right? Hold on. Let me do some math here, right? Hold on. Okay, let me check something. Area of France in square miles. Okay, so let's include. Hold on. Let's include all of the overseas territories, so we'd be completely nice with France, right? It says 244,288 square miles. 50 states, total area in square miles. Okay. Hold on, I can't type right there. Each state individually. Square miles. Let's see. So where exactly does? Oh, okay. Never mind. If you get all, there's no fucking way. There's no way that's true. I mean, granted, yes, obviously, like Alaska and Texas are going to be bigger than fucking like France, right? Let's not be crazy here, right? Oh, maybe maybe I overestimated how large some of these states were. Yeah, you know what? France is actually the size of an American state. It is between the size, it's larger than California, apparently, but smaller than Texas. If France, the entirety of France, by the way, we're talking like all of the overseas colonies got, included into the area, then yeah, it would actually be the third largest state in that case. Let me check to see what, let me check to see what the mainland France on its own would be. Let's see. Wait, what? Why is this giving me a different number? Hold on, I'm going to double check something. Because, okay, that's why. That's, okay, this one is excluding. Okay, I accidentally read kilometers in the square mile thing. That explains why I was confused a moment ago. Okay, yeah, even if we took out all the overseas, then yeah, it would still be bigger than California, but still smaller than Texas. Scale is kind of bizarre when it comes to countries, isn't it? Are you using the website MapFight? No, I am not. No, I am not.
Then in this state of America,
France is about the size of California. I think it's a little bit bigger. Hold on. So California is apparently 163,695 square miles. France is, and we're just talking about like the European part, is 244,287.7 square miles. So Texas is 26,000. No, not 26. 268,596. So
you would need, to have people who like anime first, and then to like Twitch, and then specific.
Yeah, landmass may be nothing compared to population, but that's a whole different thing, right? Do I actually hold on? Where was the population count for this? Population count would be. Doesn't give. Okay, this is from 2026. So let me get there. States by population. This will also be interesting. So there is apparently 69,081,000. That's a oddly precise number, especially for a country filled with illegals. So I don't know if this is counting the illegals as well. Okay, so I have the right number. It's just that seems oddly precise. Okay, let's go to rankings. Okay, so these are 2025 numbers. Close enough. Fuck it. Let's see. If we're going by population size, it seems that France is actually bigger than every. Let me make double check. Yeah, the France is actually bigger than every state in the United States. The California has 39,355,309. I don't know if it's counting only citizens or if it's counting illegals. I don't fucking know about that. But yeah, France has a much better, doing much better population-wise, right? I don't know how many of those are fucking Somalis, though, right? Let's see. France fits 4 times in the province of Quebec. I mean, to be fair, Quebec is huge, right? It's never precise with all the births and deaths. I know.
VTubers. It's a streaming monopoly. Big streamers get everyone.
I will say her model is very cute and very pretty, right? She has a very good model.
No, I mean you do need luck, but you need a lot of creativity and hard work to put yourself out there. For me, before becoming a VTuber,
you also need a good strategy, right? Like obviously, anytime you do business, it's not just about how hard you work. The phrase is work smarter, not harder, right? Figure out a way how to make your effort actually pull more weight. That's kind of like the thing you need to do. It's not just about working hard. Where you can work hard and get nothing done. Or you can work smart and get more done than working your ass off, right? But with YouTube, it's also just a lot of chance and a lot of perseverance. Counting cell phones, probably.
I, grew an audience by being a full-time artist, and I did artwork for streamers that were very big at the time, and I also did some overwork with VTubers corporations back then, and that's how I actually initially got in contact with most people. And then I was like, oh, you know what? I really want to stream too, and I'm gonna make my own avatar because I can draw. So I did my very very own first avatar, and back then nobody fucking knew what was a VTuber in France.
Wait a minute. Because I know Sadaway has an official Dojin. Did she draw that, or did someone else draw that? I don't know. I'd have to look that up.
France. We do love anime in France, yeah. People in France, they say they love anime, but the only anime they will be able to quote you is always the same. It will be Naruto, Bleach, One Piece, Berserk, Attack on Titan, Pokemon, Digimon. And they would just, Jujutsu Kaisen, yes, I would say this as well. It's just very...
So very much shonen battle slop.
Normie stuff, they will know only what's at the top of the iceberg in the anime culture, but they will not try to go by themselves, try to look for a brand new anime, because most of the brand new animes, they come with Japanese, with English subtitles, but since French people are too lazy to actually learn English, they just want to only watch anything that is available in French subtitles. But some people also they really hate French subtitles, so they will wait for a VA version of it in French. So yeah, people in France are very normie,
So it's the opposite of a lot of. So literally the whole subs versus dubs argument is very much dominated by dubs in France, apparently, right? Oh my god.
Not based, but very just normie level. That's what I mean. There will be actual true weebs like me, but they are scarce. I mean, the only reason I came to know about VTubing was because I'm more into Anglophone internet and anime sphere than the French one. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Sadaway, from what I understand, is a bit of an Anglophile, right? Which is fair. I mean, there are in the English speaking world, there's obviously Japanophiles, and then there's cinephiles, there's Indophiles. Basically, when you hear a culture and then file at the end of it, it just means a fascination with that culture, right? So it's those are three different kinds of Orientalism, right? What else do you have? And then we have a particular term for a specific type of Japanophile, which is very specifically clued into the nerd subculture of Japan, which would be the weeb, right? That's what we call weebs. What
So that's why people in France they mostly don't know about me. Oh, I never said I'm a normie. I'm absolutely not a normie. I think my culture is pretty large and broad, but just by telling you how much anime I watch, movies, TV shows, I own about 700 games on my Steam account.
I could never own that many games, to be perfectly honest. I'm always distracted by doing something else that I'd never get the games done, to be perfectly honest.
So...
Also, if I just don't enjoy the game enough to actually complete it, I'm just not going to fucking complete it.
No, I think maybe not an expert, but...
It's like Seal the Deal. It's I know some people did completionism with Seal the Deal, but I love Hat in Time, hated Seal the Deal, right? I completed the main missions. No, not Seal the Deal. Well, Seal the Deal, yes. I completed Seal the Deal's main missions, and the auxiliary missions, I'm like, fuck off, I'm not doing that. And it's the same thing with their Uber, I don't remember what they called it, but there was one with the ghost guy as well, where it's oh yeah, here's all these challenge for completionism's fake, and I'm like, I don't fucking care about half of these. These are kind of, I just don't give a shit about them, and I just never completed them. I just didn't give a shit. I completed the main game, and I was like, okay. I don't really care about any of these auxiliary things.
I know a lot. At least. Every time I visit French anime stores, it's all the shonen pile. It's just boring to browse. Nothing really catches my eyes. I know, that's why I don't go to Japan Expo anymore. Last time I went, I was just a kid. There's a social media bubble in EU. Even if I see French and German media, I never get it suggested. Huh? What kind of media?
See, you can tell that the French are largely normies because they didn't mention any of the good anime outside of shonen battle manga. They didn't mention any of the B-Train Girls with Gun trilogies, right? Either Mad Max, Noir, or El Cazador de la Bruja. They didn't mention something like Kamichu. They didn't mention something like let's say Queen's Blade, absolute masterpiece, right? They didn't mention anything like Fooly Cooly even, right? How can you even claim to be a fan of anime if you've at least never seen Fooly Cooly, right? What are you, a Zoomer? Oh my god. But, you know, taste in anime aside, right? Like, have they ever seen Sing a Bit of Harmony? Have they ever seen Shumatsu no Harem? Have they ever seen something along the lines of, like, I mean, I'm trying to think of one off the top of my head. Fuck, what's a good one that I think a lot of people might not see? Kaiba, right? From Science Saru. Right? A lot of these people have probably never actually seen anything outside of like shonen battle manga, right? Every time I have to name anime, I'm gonna drop a couple of them that are just gonna be like wildly out of pocket. Right? So yeah. Oh, I actually didn't notice this outro last time. Based. I didn't notice this before, but the one with Iron Mouse here, Iron Mouse doesn't care about being canceled anymore. I'm gonna have to put this on the list. Absolutely based. Let's see. Hello, Buhakbe. Were the two Korsh clips either short enough to become shorts or coarse enough to become Korsh clips? And then you have the fox there. Right, you okay there? You having a stroke? Right. Speaking of anime, did you see Play Astronomical's new vid where he puts Leaflet in a bunch of anime, trying to name references fun? I think I have something to do on the weekend now. Right. Fooly Cooly was wild. Oh my god, I remember that when I was like an adolescent. Right. Formative experience, formative show. To be perfectly honest, holy fuck, I love Fooly Cooly. Maybe in the Discord I should probably have like an anime night or something. I don't fucking know. Catch people up on shit that they may have never seen otherwise, right? Let's close out the Satirus. This is Smugglana talking about the Fansly incident at Offkai. Let's see, what do we have here? Anime, let's see. This is gonna be fun, but I'm gonna save this for later. 2 videos on Fauci. Let's see. I'll tell you about the abortion one. I'm gonna save for later because that one's gonna fuck a lot of people up. Let's see. I guess we'll just go with this. All right. So apparently there's a meme going around where you just ask Grok based on my tweets. I am, and then it assigns a dictator, philosopher, fictional character, politician, religious figure, artist, and then explain why, right? So, if we go forward in this chain of tweets, this started with Ovted, at least for my part of this exercise, right? That's the chain of transmission by which this ended up getting to me, right? So, let's see what it gave to Ovted, right? So, yeah, right here, I'm just gonna muse about the AI assigning these things to people, right? Oh, excuse me. Whew. Anyway, so Grok says for Ovted, Cincinnatus, temporary power for justice, then steps back, matches your calm, restraint, and anti-overreach stance on laws. Philosopher Marcus Aurelius, cringe. Stoic, patience, open-mindedness, and staying calm under pressure. Marcus Aurelius is the favorite philosopher of people who like to think that they're Stoics and then won't commit to the religion of Stoicism. Fictional. Edmond Dantes, your clear love of revenge, underdog tales like Monte Cristo and Shield Hero. Okay, I can see that. I'm down for it. Kaiba, or is it the Kiba one where the MC is white hair? No, Kaiba. Oh my god. It's pretty good. It fucked up a couple of people that like I showed it to, especially the plant episode. I wish Grok wasn't Skybrow's X, then Mime Savvy, right? Or Miss Savvy. Let's see. Politician Ron Paul, consistent free speech defense and skepticism of government power grabs. Right? Religious Buddha, cringe. Emphasis on calm, patient, and open ideas without dogma. Let's see. Historical Nikola Tesla, again, cringe. Technical problem solving and inventive coding spirit. Artist Hayao Miyazaki. Need I say it again? Cringe. Although, to be fair, Miyazaki makes good movies, but they are a little overrated. Like, his movies are good, but they're given way too much praise, to be perfectly honest. There are other really good movies and filmmakers that people kind of lose, sight of. Anyway, anime-rooted creative vision mixed with storytelling heart, even if you learn Pro AI, lean Pro AI. And then we get Kuro right here, right? So let's see what we got here. Dictator, Pinochet, kind of based as far as dictators go, right? Can suffer, not a communist. Let's see. Demands equal punishment for false DEI accusers. All right. Philosopher, Nietzsche. A little bit cringe, mystical, but I understand the vision, right? Rejects herd morality, forges new values via AI art. See, reject the herd morality. That's based. Forges new values via AI art. That too is also based. That's not really what Nietzsche was doing, but that's the thing most people know him for. Fictional, Light Yagami. Judges the corrupt and tourists alike without mercy. Politician, Millet. See, now we're getting to the truly based right here, right? Chainsaw to woke Hollywood and localizers. Religious Prometheus. That liver is gonna have a word with you, right? Steals AI fire for the people against the old gods. Yeah. Historical Da Vinci. Artist, inventor, merging tech and creation. That's a hell of a compliment, right? Artist Tezuka. Ex-mangaka evolving the craft into the future. What do you mean, ex-mangaka? Fairly accurate, right? All right, let's see. Let's go back. One more to the chain. Torst Wolf. Oh, by the way, Torst Wolf was like, this man cannot make a song less than 10 minutes. Like, well, I think I'm about to prove him wrong 3 times over with these with these songs, right? So it's like, that's a cool idea. So, at Grok, based on my tweets, I am, and then the question, and here's what he got. So, dictator Napoleon, right? May or may not be the true emperor of Rome. That actually might be an interesting video to ask who the true emperor of Rome would be, right? But, let's see. Visionary reformer with a flair for drama and lasting order. Philosopher Ayn Rand. Self-described romantic realist who champions heroic creation of beauty and progress over decay. And you know what? I snuck that into a couple people's vocabulary because Torst Wolf was telling me that he took the concept of romantic realism or techno-optimistic romantic realism from one of my previous songs. And yeah, because that idea came from Ayn Rand. And that's where I took it from, right? So that one makes a lot of sense. Fictional, albedo. Oh my god, hold on. White-haired scholar chasing knowledge alone in a quiet halls. Okay, I'm thinking of a different albedo then. I hear albedo. I'm thinking of the character from Ben 10, right? Let's see. Elon Musk, relentless techno-optimist pushing AI and the future against stagnation. Based. See, the thing is technology is the practical application of physics, and physics is grounded upon our philosophy, right? So it's like, we can only really do physics if we have the appropriate philosophy, a realist philosophy, right? So in a very real sense, our technology is a practical application of our metaphysics, right? Of our philosophy. And ultimately, reason is the guard of the life and happiness of man, right? We do not live in a disordered world that is chaotic and cannot be understood, right? The thunder does not decree commandments. No, the world is orderly. It's predictable. You can understand it, even if there is a sense of chance and stochastic nature to some of its processes. But you can still ultimately learn yourself, and find your happiness and achieve your ends through your reason. So it's like, yeah, that's exactly what the function of technology is. Its function is to extend through our reason the ability of man to achieve his ends. Not just a single end, but as many of his ends as he can, right? So yes, in order to be pro-human, you have to be pro-technology. Because technology is the means by which we accomplish our ends. So, anyway. Religious. Giordano Bruno. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, the Hermeticist. Free-thinking cosmic archivist burned for expanding the library of ideas. That's not what he was burned for, but okay. Historical. Leonardo da Vinci. Polymath, artist, inventor who archived wonders. Fair. Artist Marianetti, futurist who called to smash the ugly old and forge dynamic new beauty. I don't know if Torst is saying to smash the ugly old. It sounded like brutalism, but yeah. I'm glad it specified which albedo in fiction, right? The Genshin Impact one. That's why I don't remember it, because I didn't play Genshin Impact. Antis hate new technology. Oh yeah, the Luddites have always had the exact same arguments for even when it was the fucking the mills, it was the same arguments, right? The albedo I think of is from Overlord. Oh, I mean, there's a number of characters named albedo, right? Don't know that Kaiba one. Kiba is fun. If you haven't seen it, I have not, so I'll check it out. Mix of fantasy and sci-fi. Heck, there is a whole philosophical angle to it as well. If you want a philosophical, I guess it depends on how loosely you define the word philosophical, right? But Kaiba is a mostly psychological anime. It has questions of philosophy in it, but it doesn't really ask them per se as deeply as the psychological questions. So this is the opening to Kaiba, just in case you are interested. So, yeah. If that doesn't tell you, it actually, that opening tells you more about what's going to happen in that show than you might initially suspect. It is pretty. It is also, at times, deeply disturbing on purpose, right? It does actually... Okay, I saw that. I spoiled myself on that one. But I lost my train of thought. That actually just one-shot me. Holy fuck. Oh yeah, it does actually unintentionally actually spotlight a real problem with the whole thing I've been talking about. It's like, you are a body, not a ghost, because there would be things that you would expect from reality if you were a ghost and not a body, right? And yeah, there are certain uncomfortable things that happen in Kaiba that actually make sense, because in Kaiba they really ask the question, what if you are a ghost and not a body, right? And it's like, interesting. Yeah, it's some really uncomfortable situations happen because of that, and it's like, well, I mean, it makes sense from the internal logic of the world, right? It makes sense from the internal logic of the world. This is the logical consequence of you are a ghost, not a body, right? Anyway, so horoscopes are for the terminally online based. See, this is what happens when I'm not streaming and AI maxing. AI maxing is absolutely based. We should all be doing it, right? So let's see what you got. So, Napoleon as dictator. Relentless willpower. Grind reshaping systems to for your vision and in-group. Philosopher, Nietzsche. I'm starting to ask the question if Grok knows any philosophers outside of Nietzsche. PvP strengthens ideas. Will to power. This is cringe, but okay. Most people don't actually understand will to power in Nietzsche. Memes as soul DNA. God damn it. Fictional. Rimuru Tempest. Self-ID'd racist slime maxing skills into pragmatic free nation. Okay. Let's see. Politician. Ron Paul. Based. Liberty over forced association and authoritarian force. Religious Prometheus. Again, gotta worry about that liver. Bring an AI fire for preferred humans against the gods. Historical, Jefferson. Ooh, interesting. Anti-tyranny, Six Semper Tyrannis. Cultural liberty. Interesting. Artist Da Vinci. Again, polymath, inventor, pushing art, tech, human potential to the stars. All right, let's see what else we have. Kind of hoping for Hitler, but this will do. Yeah, that's the thing I saw. Absolutely fucking bodied me. Ah, shit, we got people doing it in the actual chat here, so it's gonna give me a couple ones. Oh my god, everyone's here. Holy fuck. Okay, let's see. Powder. Let's see what Powder got. What's up, Satan? Fucking dictator Napoleon rose by... Oh my god, do they know anything but Napoleon? I am disturbed. Yeah. Again, there's a reason why it's like, I would suggest giving Kaiba a watch, and you'll know what I'm talking about. But it's like, a lot of the stuff that I said would be a real concern if man is a ghost and not a body, is, does pop up. They don't really talk about it all that much, but it's logically, it's logically implied. Let's see. Dictator, Napoleon, we already got this. Philosopher, Friedrich Nietzsche. Fictional, Eldar Farseer. I don't know. Okay, let's see. White-haired space elf who endures chaos. Oh, okay. So this is fucking Warhammer. Your Warhammer fixation. A politician, Trump. All right. One comment triggered the dog pile. You thrived. Okay. Religious, Lucifer. What does Grok mean by this? Original demon who refused to kneel. Historical, Joan of Arc. Let's see. Young fighter who ignored the establishment. She did more than that. Leonardo da Vinci. We already said that one. Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Guessing Grok is just too afraid to call anyone Hitler. Okay, fair enough. Let's see. Vladimir Lestrade. I don't know who this is. Let's see. Kuro, we already got this one. I don't know who this is. I actually kind of thought I'd see more people that I would recognize on here. Who the fuck is Seth the Gnostic Kitty? Oh, it's the shitpost. Okay. Disciple of Sophia. Oh, that's not a good sign. Oh, that's not a good sign. Maria Grace VT. Let's see what we get here. The funniest thing is if they call her Hitler instead. That would be the funniest possible thing. That everyone else say, I don't want it. It's like, this one, right? Although she's not, but it would actually just be like funny. Okay, they didn't. Dictator Constantine the Great. I don't know if I would call him a dictator. Turned an empire towards Christ and guarded the flock. Philosopher C.S. Lewis. Your apologetics and objective morality arguments echo mere Christianity. They also suffer from the same problems Lewis's argument from morality faces. Lewis Pevensie. I don't know who the fuck this is. Childlike Gapmoy faith that clearly sees the true king. Politician William Wilberforce. Faith-fueled reformer fighting moral wolves. Religious figure Saint Agnes. Ooh. Literally lamb. Pure devotion. God damn it. Okay. You took the easy way out on that one. Historical figure Joan of Arc. Okay. Artist Fra Angelico. Sacred art radiating grace and light. All right. All right. Hold on. Let's go back here. Okay. Is there anyone else I see that I recognize? Yo. Maskey. Well, okay. Let's see. There's actually not as many people as I thought would be in here. Interesting. Or at least people that I actually recognize. Okay, so let's go one up then. So this is Lala's clip, who I wasn't following. Fuck it. Let's see. New oversharing situation, right? All right, let's see what they got. So, what the fuck? Okay. Dictator, Napoleon. I'm starting to think Grok's understanding of history is very limited, right? Hello, hold on. Buhuckly says 6 Separate Tyrannus or 6-7 Tyrannus. God damn it. You got me, right? Philosopher Nietzsche. Become inevitable is pure will to power through YouTube mastery and memes. Fictional Thanos. Inevitable snap on weak trends. Scissors ready. Let's see. By the way, I hate Endgame and like fucking Infinity War movie adaptation with a passion. Politician Trump. Yeah. Okay. Unfiltered based culture war energy. No apologies. Religious Jesus. That's gonna be a high bar to beat. Vibes hard with epic cinematic versions while staying grounded. Historical Edison, endless inventions of better editing and distribution methods. Artist Warhol. Ooh, that's not a good sign. Turning VTuber moments and animes into mass-produced cultural artifacts. I can't stand Andy Warhol, to be perfectly honest. I don't have a blue check mark. Neither do I. And I was still able to do this. I think you just can riff off of one of these, like, comments, either in the comment section or, like, quote retweet it. Lucy Pevensie is the youngest of the kids in the Chronicles of Narnia. I did not remember that. Okay, thank you for reminding me about that. I could not fucking remember that. Although, then again, like, I listened to the entire Chronicles of Narnia in, like, the span of, like, a couple days on audiobook, so I just didn't have the time. Now we get to mine, right? So, Dictator. None. Okay. Okay, that's not what I expected. I expected Pinochet, to be perfectly honest, but I guess this is where we're going, right? You reject totalitarians and Gnostic ideologies on left and right alike. Okay, I think Grok already has me pegged, right? Philosopher Eric Vogelin, not unexpected, right? Let's see. Anti-Gnostic core, do not immanentize the eschaton and songs restoring order to reality. Fictional John Galt. It is too kind, to be perfectly honest. Rational egoism, soul of the actor is highest good, full Rand song energy. I mean, yeah, I make philosophy into songs. That's kind of my whole thing. Hans Hermann Hoppe is politician. Again, very too kind to me. Argumentation ethics, natural order over state democracy. Religious Thomas Aquinas. I'm just getting like all my fucking heroes. All my heroes I'm just fucking getting, apparently, right? Returns goths and subcultures to him. Sacred Heart and virtue focus. Historical Aristotle, again, one of my heroes. Virtue ethics, soul-centered meta-ethics, critiques of bad sovereigns. Artists, the reality... I didn't even give me an artist here, right? You can do mine if you feel like it. Sure. What the bloody hell? Anyway, I don't know what I was choking on. Mind of Raw was here. Is like, man, well, damn, Grok pretty much pegged all your ideological inspirations. I also like how you're one of the only ones who to have no dictator attached to themselves. Yeah, I would not. If you gave me total absolute power for a day, I might do like 5 things and then immediately take myself out of the position of power. Right? There's a couple things I might do. Release the Epstein files is like one of them. Right? You know, but other than that, other than like a few sweeping changes, I'd be like, I'm fucking out of here. I'm doing the Cincinnati thing, right? I'd be like, all right, I've done what I needed to do. I'm getting the fuck out of here. It's the rest of y'all's problem now, right? Let's see. But I really wouldn't even want to be in that position. Lol, I remember their last name. I had to Google. The pic that popped up made me facepalm forgetting again. Yeah. How can you hate the Warhol soup can? It's the funny. It is funny. I just don't really care for Andy Warhol, to be perfectly honest. Oh, wait, I have it up here for that exact reason. Okay, let me pull up Phillips since he gave me the go-ahead for that. Do it on a different screen, that way I don't accidentally leak DMs. Okay, here we go. I don't understand why it's not letting me. Okay, here we go. No, that's not. You son of a bitch. Give me the fucking DM. Not DM, but this should link to an actual tweet. Okay, let me try this. Copy link. This gets me to where I need to be. Okay. Oh my god, he gave you a fucking essay. Holy shit. Okay. Alright, this is not going to leak any conversation, so here we go. So here's what we got for Philip. Let's see. Recurring themes. Oh, it actually gave you a full thing here, right? Cultural critique of modernity / homogenization, gray gooification. That's a good. Actually, I'm going to use that. Preference for pre-industrial substance and practical learning. Skepticism of leftist propaganda / brainwashing. Free speech application, or not application. Appreciation. Light testing humor and engagement with AI creative visuals. Dictator Lee Kuan Yew. Ooh, this one I haven't seen. Okay, so Grok does know more than Napoleon, right? Hello, Fushisi. Must be true, right? Must be fair. Let's see. Your emphasis on building something solid that outlasts the present frustration with civilization that will leave nothing of substance behind, and practical no-nonsense tone aligns with his focus on competent governance, order, and tangible progress over ideology or abundance-driven soft decadence. The grinning like a fool undercuts pure ruthlessness, so it's the pragmatic builder version rather than pure tyrant. Philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche, again, with practical Aristotelian streak. Does it know anyone besides Friedrich Nietzsche? Anyway, let's see. The grinning fool energy critique of modern softness and invented adolescence, suspicion of homogenization, cultural decline, and preference for substance over propaganda echo Nietzsche's disdain for herd morality, decadence, plus his call to affirm life creatively. Let's see. Your careful word choice mixed with blunt observations and interest in what endures also has classical practical wisdom flavor. Fictional character John Galt. Ah, again, good company. All of us seem to be, right? Let's see. Mixed with a lighter, more playful, observer-like wry side character who still notices the absurdity. Build solid plus leaving the world better plus frustration with modern output lacks substance. Maps cleanly onto the productive creator who rejects decaying systems and frequently light teasing. AI dance appreciation, and I don't care if it reads weird. Attitude softens into someone who still grins while diagnosing the gray goo problem. Politician Donald Trump. All right, we got to see this one since it's actually giving the explanation, right? I have tweeted just enough that it might know me or be thrown off entirely. Yeah, I mean, it pegged me pretty fucking well, right? Let's see. Donald Trump with traditionalist cultural conservative leanings. I like how it has to specify this because, yes, Donald Trump is not a traditionalist and he's not a cultural conservative. So you have to put these two in there, right? So you explicitly noted seeing a little Trump in someone, critique leftist propaganda, invite people to the right, call out race/sex swapping as provocation, it is, and show impatience with vague politicians and fraud. The direct, sometimes teasing style and focus on results over polished ideology fits. Religious figure, Francis of Assisi. Ooh, good choice. The joyful world-improving version with a prophetic edge, critical of the age. Interesting. The bios leave the world a better place and do it while grinning like a fool is almost Franciscan in its combination of practical goodness and lightness, combined with observations about cultural decline, substance, and scriptural accuracy. Example, rejecting cartoonish depictions of God. Yes, this is very much needed, right? the understanding of God among like most people nowadays is like ridiculously cartoonish. It carries a mild prophetic "this generation is disturbing" / civilization is thinning out tone without heavy dogma. Historical figure, practical Roman or early modern builder statesman type. That didn't even. I hate these non-answers. Oh my god. I'm gonna skip the non-answer. Tried it, hoped it works. let us know, man. Let us know, Kionala. Then again, I swing between extreme combativeness and rationality on a whim, and I haven't touched it in months. That's fair. Oh, you got it? Let's see. You repeatedly notice and pray artist. Again, it didn't even give an actual answer. Damn you, Grok. So yeah, that's Philip's answers. I'm gonna focus only on the ones that actually have like a real actual person in it, right? So let me check something because I think I just got a notification. Oh, okay, that's not it. All right, so that's just me going through some of these. How do I send it? Well, you can send it as a link. Okay, so since you already have me on Twitter, you can literally just tag me in it. Oh my god. Hold on. Let me I'm gonna be right back. I gotta blow my nose. All right, I'm back. Whew. All right, done. I don't know what's in the air, but it's killing me, right? All right, so that will be it for right now. Kidala, if you send it to me, I'll probably read it in a bit, but I'm going to stop the recording for right now. I'll just have to stitch it into the thing. I'll just have to stitch it into the thing if you send it to me. Yeah, so for right now, we are going to move on to... Wait, it's the first thing on my profile. Okay, never mind. Then in that case, I can just go to your profile. Okay. Alright, let me move this over. Forget what I had just said, right? Alright, so Kionala apparently did this. Let's see what she got. Dictator Lee Kuan Yew. Oh my god, we got the same thing as last time, right? Strict order, no nonsense on social decay or open borders. Philosopher Aristotle, reality is biological and fixed, not ideology. Alright, good choice. Fictional Sonic, fast, independent, calls out fakes, forever young and young energy. Alright, understandable. Politician, Viktor Orban. Let's see. Based resistance to invasion and cultural nonsense. Religious, Thomas Aquinas. Natural law over feelings, honors fathers. Alright. Historical Theodore Roosevelt. There's the first one so far. Rugged individualism, family, clear borders. I don't know if I'd say Theodore Roosevelt is a rugged individualist. Theodore Roosevelt was like one of the prototypical progressives. Like I know everyone is familiar with like the FDR as a progressive, but yeah, Theodore Roosevelt was one of those proto-progressives too. I don't know that I would call him a rugged individualist. And as far as artists go, Ken Sugimori. Characters design, Pokemon vibes, clean forms that work. Alrighty then. Alright, so you love that you got Sonic. I mean, I think, as far as like my picks, I think Grok was glazing me, right? I'm like, I ain't anything like any of these people, right? I'm glad that you think I am, but I ain't anything like any of these people, right? Hello, Dark J Glasspool. Got home from work. What's up? Not much. We're just looking at one of these new memes that's going on in X right now. You reposted the 2 recent short videos on your channel earlier. Oh wait, no, yeah, I posted them. Okay, so the 2 videos that you're talking about, Buhakli, are yeah, I posted them in 2 different formats. Yeah, it's a short and as like a regular video, right? It's mostly to test which one would actually do better, and unsurprisingly, the short did much better, right? Alright, let's close this out. Close this out. Alright, what do we have here? Uh... 31 minutes. Yeah, I could probably make I could probably get through this. Alright. Alright, so we're gonna be reacting to Smugalana react to Rev Says Desu, right? And this one is going to be the hypocrisy is actually insane, and yeah, because it's fucking absurd.
Awkward family situation is absolutely disgusting.
Hey, what's up, guys? Riff here.
I don't know what the fucking voice was for. I mean, it was cute, but it's like interesting. I'm not entirely sure what the accent was for.
Oh my
So in this
God.
video, I'm be talking about the very troubling situation involving the VTuber convention Off-Kai Expo. Now, this convention has been mired in controversy in the past for blacklisting creators like Kirsha over wrongthink. However, with this year's
And other
convention,
people, too.
there are many featured guests that are very problematic.
Actually, hold on. I can't believe I forgot to do this, but fuck, I should have this on my account somewhere. I'll look for it in the background, but
In their own
it's not just that. There was also a thing that Kirsha was commenting on for someone who actually was, still went to Off-Kai, but was actually. I'll have to find it.
right and hypocritical, as we'll see later on in this video.
Gross.
But this year's convention
Problematic, aka I'm shifting the goalpost to whatever the fuck I feel like, because I have a power tripping ego problem and I can't handle having people of differing opinions living in the same space as me. Bleh.
is mainly mired in controversy because there is adult content being featured in open spaces of the convention where minors as young as 13 are allowed to walk around freely. Now, adult content being present at a VTuber or anime related convention is nothing surprising, but typically those sorts of areas are walled off and they require some form of ID or verification to get in, but with Off-Kai Expo, those as young as 13 can enter those areas, and that is the main concern. Back in
Okay, so I've been to a number of cons in my time. I'm still looking for the thing in the background, right? And anytime I've gone to a con, for the most part, except for one, and I don't know why they did this, but like the actual vendor selling the product was kind of really pissed off about having gotten put in that particular position, right? All of the, what would you say, how would you call it? Naughty stuff that you could potentially go and buy and purchase, right? Was let's just say, cordoned off into an area that was very easily monitorable by the staff and wasn't exactly just in everyone's view, right? And I don't understand why this is such a fucking hard thing to do, right? It's, I mean, I do, but, you know, I'm trying to be charitable here. But, yeah, and in that case, it's like, yeah, because the naughty vendor was put in the wrong spot against their will. They ended up getting kicked out of the event. One of them did. The other one did not, right? But I digress, right? It's just... But yeah, you obviously can't be doing... This is also another thing where it's like, I don't think cons are really a... especially, like, cons are really a place for children in general, right? But I digress.
May, there was an announcement from Offkai announcing that one of their biggest sponsors is Fansly, which of course...
That's a lot of money. Fansly makes a lot of money. I bet sponsorship is pretty high. As in, like, having the sponsorship slot.
Is a platform that hosts adult content, and people
And
were...
by the way, running a con is expensive, so, like... Yeah.
Immediately
Lots of money.
annoyed by the fact this sort of sponsor is featured at a convention like this, but there's a much more serious concern, as pointed out in...
I went to a con when I was under 18, and there was a restricted area. I was not allowed to go near it. I didn't have...
Another fox tuber, another fair tuber, perhaps 3 fair tubers, a femboy tuber. Well, I mean, you don't have to do Rev dirty like that. Come on, what did Rev do to you, right? To get that treatment? Holy crap! Right?
ID, obviously, because I was underage. I was like, I don't know, like 13, 14 years old. Yeah, I walked up to it. It's completely restricted, and it was like completely black screened. And this was like the super early days, so it was like really like, you know, hodgepodge. But even then, I remember it was just a bunch of black curtains, and there's like 2 security guards. Yeah, it was like a complete sectioned off area. You're not allowed to go in there if you're a kid. And was extremely hodgepodge. They had conventions back then? Yeah. They're back in the dinosaur era.
Applies like this, saying kids walk around during the day. Surely this is not being done while kids are around, correct? Surely we're really not going to put adult content in front of children, right? Well,
so, again, it's obviously Madam Savvy who's saying this, because Madam Savvy is an censorship person, rightfully so. She is on the right position of this. And she actually understands what the consequence of doing stupid shit like this is actually going to be, right? Just... it's not exactly that fucking hard to understand. But, yeah, and also, in general, even if you're not talking about, like, the consequences later, it's like... Surely you're going to at least try to keep this away from kids, right? You should be trying to keep this away from kids, right? So surely you're going to have the appropriate measures to keep this away from the hands of people who shouldn't be there in the first place, right? Surely this is going to be a thing. And the answer was no. In fact, actually, they're going to do the exact opposite, it seems.
Fortunately, that's exactly what's happening.
Anime Expo!
Well, Rev is a femboy. Oh my. Again, you're not wrong, but you don't have to say it that, like, bluntly, right? Madam Savvy is savage, and I love it. Yeah, I mean, she kind of has to be.
Well, it doesn't have that much, like, controversy to it, in my opinion. I feel like Offkai is one of those that's, like... They have not gotten a great reputation. And again, this isn't like, oh, it's the first time this has happened. I think it's just par for the course, you know?
As you can see from the layout of the main hall, the Expedition Hall here, you can see Fansly right smack dab in the middle of everything. And what makes this very disturbing is the fact that minors as young as 13 are allowed in this portion of the convention.
Okay, I'm going to pause this here again because we're going to go back and look at this. So, this is one of the things that pisses me off about conventions, right? Is sometimes some retard will come in and, like, try to design something against all prior... all prior design considerations, right? And I can't explain one example I saw, but I remember one where it's like, this is gonna fuck everyone over, because none of the people who came here outside of the main attractions are going to get any money, because all of the main attractions were placed at the very beginning, right? And I can't really describe specifically what happened without giving away too much information. But yeah, long story short, it turns out that some idiot came in and redesigned what didn't need to be redesigned, and absolutely cost a lot of people a lot of money. Because they were like, we can do this, we can do it this way, not understanding that there was a reason why every single con in that area was done a specific way beforehand, right? Oh, I hate these people. I'm married to a woman femboy, though. I mean, I don't have a problem with it. Straub ain't a femboy. I doubt she's even a tomboy.
Of everything, and what makes this very disturbing is the fact that minors as young as 13 are allowed in this portion of the convention, as long as they have a parent with them, or they have a minor consent form filled out. Only in California, ladies and
That is real.
A minor consent form is a fucking contradiction in terms. Like, the whole point about, like, there being a minor status is that because they're a minor, they cannot consent. It's literally so what the fuck what are we doing here, right?
Really weird. I don't have an issue with restaurants that serve alcohol having minors in it, as long as they don't serve alcohol. But if you're going to like a titty bar, you don't have kids, dude. You don't have it there, bro. You just can't. Sorry. Shouldn't be exposed to that kind of shit.
gentlemen, is something like this allowed to exist? Now, of course, this whole problem could be avoided by simply banning minors from this convention. I mean, why wouldn't they just do that in the first place? But instead, they're allowing minors with these exceptions to walk around the convention and be exposed to adult content.
I'm not gonna lie, Chad. I feel pretty much like nothing. I feel nothing to listening to this. I actually borderline don't care. And that's not because I think it's okay. Like, the reason is because for like 3 years in a row, I swear, I've talked about this for like 3 years now. Basically, in the entire history of me being a VTuber at this point, Offkai always does some just shit. Like, every year, it might not be this, it could be something else. Like, this is completely expected.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, yeah, we also saw, like, on, I don't remember if it was TwitchCon, but it was another con where it's like, oh yeah, people get hurt and, like, sexually aggressed against, like, every fucking time they have it. It's like, okay. So, like, you know this is a pattern. What have you all done to actually address this issue? Oh, fuck all? Okay. Like, why have you all done, and I quote, fuck all, right?
And honestly, not even the worst thing they've done. Kirsten got blacklisted in Offkai, I want to say like 2 years ago, maybe 3. It was like right around when I started, right? There was also like these weird stream outages, I think? Or was that a different con? And yeah, like a technical difficulty specifically during the Face Connect part of the show.
Yeah.
When Face Connect was sponsoring them. They were heavily sponsoring them. It was this...
Yeah, it's like, again, Face Connect was like paying bank for them, and then they absolutely turn around and stab them in the back, which shouldn't have been something that, like, surprised anyone. But still, it's like, why would you give money to that, right? And we saw Face Connect returned in this particular Offkai too, so it's like, even though they stabbed Face Connect in the back, Face Connect still went back and did business with them. So apparently they're not completely useless, but at the same time, it's like, why even put up with that?
Same one. Yeah, and then it turns out, this is all obviously not speculation, but it was a bunch of screenshots of Offkai organizers saying like, oh, I don't like Pippa because she has like edgy content. It says edgy shit. And it was one of the moderators of Offkai that's like in charge of organizing the event. And it was conveniently during Pippa and Tenma's concert that year. I don't know. I remember some of the volunteers being also, like, outed as political cards.
Yeah.
And, like, trying to get...
Did they really censor the word retard? Did they really censor the word retard? Oh my god.
people they don't like cancels. Like, it's not that I don't care, it's just that this shit happens every single year.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, it's expected. It's like, oh, you went outside and you held a fucking metal pole in the middle of a thunderstorm. What the fuck did you think was going to happen? Why did you think you weren't going to get struck by lightning, right? Like, what the hell are you talking about, right?
Like, expecting Offkai to have, like, a normal con with no controversy and people just having...
Ah, yeah, he's a straight femboy. There are many more such cases than people would think.
fun. Or, you know, stupid decisions like expecting TwitchCon to not have sexual assault at this point. Like, we all know it's gonna happen. We all know it's coming. You just kind of brace yourself and you're like, ah, there it is. I don't know. I don't know, man. We all know it's coming. It's like advertising what is essentially corn on the main floor that has access to kids. Isn't moving the needle for me because the needle is already, like, pointing at Offkai being ran. And you want to go to it, you want to support it, that's on you.
I found it. Ah, my God. Okay. It took me a bit, but I did find it. Okay, so Offkai doesn't even just, again, like... the Offkai doesn't even just pull that stunt. Hold on, this is going to be the second time I've reacted to this particular video on stream. But, here we go. This was done a while ago, though. Hold on, let me check to see... how long ago this was. This was only 2 months ago? What the fuck? No, wait, that's not it. This is not that video. Okay, what was this one? This was 5 months ago. So this is the one where, like, Kirsha, who again was banned from Offkai, right? Then has to go and talk about how Offkai is like hurting people who actually want to go to Offkai, right? And is defending to be fair, this particular VTuber is not on Twitter anymore. They went to Blue Sky, but you know, you'll see what I'm talking about, right? This will prove Alana's point, actually.
Good time to segue into Offkai doing some more shit.
I've never once heard Offkai actually, like, start and then actually not do something really stupid.
Offkai doing something else shitty. Wow, who could have seen this coming? Chat, do not give money to people who hate you.
I would agree. Like, again, people that I respect may go to Offkai. And this, by the way, happened on June 15th, 2025. So this is when this video came out. So everything that they're talking about happened before that date.
For Offkai Gen 4, we're requiring a verification check of a government-issued ID during queue. Please make sure you bring one before waiting to meet your Oshi, or you won't be able to attend the meet and greet. And here on the image, it says meet and greets, ID check. ID will be checked before all meet and greets. Any valid form of government-issued ID will work.
Okay, I'm going to have a hot take here. I don't want to meet my Oshis. It's actually quite simple. If it's a VTuber I watch, I don't want to see their face, and I don't want to meet them in person. I know that may sound strange. But I am watching VTubers as, like, silly little cartoon characters who get to do random and chaotic shit on the computer screen, right? That's the whole point. I like the professional wrestling kayfabe area, right? Where it lives in that between fiction and reality, right? Where the two get to bleed in together. I like that. And if I meet the person, then I am no longer interacting with the kayfabe. I am literally interacting with an actor, and I don't really care for actors, right? Like, I know this is also very strange, but, like, I actually don't care about actors in general, right? If I meet Arnold Schwarzenegger, that's cool. I mean, I guess he's been a fucking governor and an actor, right? I mean, fair. But, like, I don't really care. I've literally been in conventions where it's like, oh yeah, you can go talk to this person, and I've never once had the impulse to go talk to someone. It just has never fucking happened to me, right? I'm interested in the character, not necessarily the person behind it, right? And I expect that that's the case for a lot of people who watch VTubers, to be perfectly honest. This is why the whole thing where it's like, oh my god. This is why the complaint where it's like, oh yeah, they're actually showing their real face. It's like, you're breaking the immersion, right? It's kind of the thing, like, we're not going to you because we want to meet someone new. We're going there to, again, watch a story, essentially. Let's see. It's amazing that some cons still live with all the shit they do. Yeah. Oh my god, yeah. It's like TwitchCon, right? And it's like, oh yeah, that one woman who broke her spine and then also had a miscarriage because of poor event designs. It's like, oh, interesting. What the fuck, right? I don't know. I would want to meet you and Kirsha and go to the range and have fun. I mean, I could grant that, right? Like, that would be a thing that I could understand, right? But at the same time, it's like, I'm not doing as much of the kayfabe stuff. I would love to be able to go and do the kayfabe stuff, right? But I find that there's a lot of shit I have to talk about. It's like, okay, maybe in the future at some point I can, if people start fucking behaving themselves, I could actually try to do some kayfabe thing. But in general, it's like, that's not really the function I'm doing here. I'm doing mostly this culture war shit that I think still needs to be done. So it's kind of not the same thing. But I get what you're saying, Kura. Like, I don't care to see VTubers or online avatars real face. Yeah, exactly. I had friends that I only knew as online avatars, and once I met them in real life, everything went downhill. That can happen, yes. To me, it depends if they are just an actor playing a part, or as a VTuber, or someone who is themselves and just using the VTuber model because they don't want to post their face everywhere. I wouldn't want to make the fake people. Well, it's not that they're being fake; they're playing a character, right? They're telling a story. They're playing a role. That's not really being fake. But I understand what you're saying, right? Like, whether or not, like, they're playing a character or if they are, like, being themselves, it is definitely different to, like, again, consider possibly meeting someone in real life who's being authentic as themselves, or someone who's authentically playing a character, right? Versus someone who's inauthentically playing a character or inauthentically trying to pose themselves as what they are. It's understandable. It would break your immersion. Not my case, though. I like to imagine the person behind. Understandable.
Considering we have had issues in the past, as once again Mud Hut Man here said, on one hand I could understand wanting to avoid things like scalping or possible harassment, but on the other hand I can easily see this being exploited. Not only have some volunteers been extremely unprofessional when it comes to handling VTuber information before, but some members of the staff have proven to be activists. This happened 2 years ago with one volunteer.
These people are like viruses. They get into something and they infect it and they reproduce themselves until the thing that they have infected explodes and dies, right? World War Woke has to end at some point. Oh, you have no idea how patient these communists are. These people believe that they've been in late stage capitalism for more than 100 years. And they will absolutely in 500 years still be crying that they were in late stage capitalism. Let's see. Personally, I use an avatar because I'm too lazy to dress up for the judging masses. I use an avatar because I'd like to keep my privacy. And again, I talk about Islam and communists and trans ideology. You know, and I've made you know, I made a literal song calling for like total war against cartels, and I even use the motto of a very dangerous cartel in that song. So I poke at some really dangerous bears on purpose, right? So I'd like to keep my identity rather, you know, close to the chest. That way I don't, you know, fucking cark it.
Original post is missing because the user deleted their account and moved to Blue Sky. And this is Kokui back in 2023 saying,
so, fun thing, so it's not Kokui, it's Koki, which is fair thing. Most people don't know that's the wrong one. But the name is Spanish, and she's actually named after a Puerto Rican frog. So,
warning about
a frog, by the way, that mogged... Okay, so funny enough, we all make fun of Australia for losing a war to emus, right? But at least emus are big. Australia has also lost a war to jackrabbits. And they've also lost, well, not a physical war, but like a conflict between jackrabbits. Rabbits literally mogged the Australian biome, but also the cane toad mogged the Australian biome. But what most people don't know is that Hawaii, because the cane toad comes from Hawaii. Hawaii's biome got mogged by a tiny frog from Puerto Rico called the koki. So it absolutely is just the most random shit sometimes, right? Let's see. Keanu says, I'm okay with being friends in my dreams with VTubers, usually during when I fall asleep during the streams. How's that for parasocial? I mean, what happens in a dream is just in a dream, right? And your life, right? Right? I do want to make some more stuff against like Islam and all these other things. So I'd rather not get shot. Let's see. The man behind the tuber can be thought of as a ghost that pilots the cartoon Avatar. You are correct. Well, rabbits are insane. Oh, they are.
RJ2, the LA2. I'm not big on putting people on blast on Twitter, but this man made me feel unsafe, and I don't want him doing creepy things to other VTubers. So here we are. He not only bragged about getting a
If I remember correctly, this is not the only time this has happened.
job at Off-Kaya's staff so he could meet VTubers, but he also went out of his way to talk to people to figure out who they were by trying to identify their voices. Completely unprofessional behavior for someone representing the convention. I didn't realize this, but when he approached me and my friends, he asked us what he should do if he recognized a VTuber and if he should approach and talk to them. And I said, you should only approach them if they said it was okay beforehand, otherwise let them be. And he turned his head and said, hey, Kokui, completely disregarding his own question.
Bit of a cunt move, right? It's a bit of a cunt move.
Then my first stream back, he says this in my chat twice, once with my TTS bot to make sure I heard it. I just wanted to get the word out about him since I've seen him in other streams aside from my own, and I feel sick to my stomach thinking he might be weird at someone else too. Stay safe, everyone.
Now, again, weird in this case is not the best word. This guy clearly doesn't understand boundaries, right? But, you know.
And these are the chats from her stream down here from the RJ guy. He said, at Kokui, how did I meet you in person and still barely know what you look like? Anyway, you're lucky you were surrounded by friends, or I might have attempted to make one of those mangas you enjoy become reality. What a fucking freak. Holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah, what a thing to send a real human being. What the fuck? Now, again, it's not exactly hard to figure out what exactly he's talking about, right? And Koki, female, you know, just we know what a contingent of females read when it comes to Dojin, right? It's not exactly that, and we know what's being implied here, right? So it's like not exactly that hard to figure out. And yeah, you can't just say that to someone you don't actually know. What the fuck is this, right? Kirsch looks like a giantess compared to you on screen. Yeah. When I delivered newspapers, there was a rabbit that sat by a pine tree for 5 days. On the 5th day, it ran in circles around me, and I never saw it again. That sounds like very aberrant behavior. Like, very abnormal behavior. I would not approach that.
Fuck you, chat. I touched Kokui's hand. Be jealous. How did I meet you in person and still not know what you look like? Someone was incognito. Anyway, lucky you were surrounded by friends, or maybe I would have attempted to make one of those mangas you read become a reality, and then a crying emoji afterwards.
So, to be clear, I'm gonna, like, turn myself off for just a bit. That was the wrong one. So, this dickhead, I don't know what I just did. This dickhead sent it twice at 22:17 and at 23:28. Like, this guy's really concerned, really, like, invested in, like, again, her Dojin reading habit, apparently. Oh, I accidentally selected everything. That's what's going on.
What is this?
And, hold on. Yeah, that seems like that is a appropriate response to that, because, again, this is an Off-Kai, employee. He already identified, again, her face, basically, already identified her physical attributes, and probably has connections to find out who specific people are. Not that not that it's all that hard to figure out who she is. Offset's not that particularly good with this one, and to be perfectly honest, I don't like. I would not like. Okay, so it's not that hard to figure out who she is because she's a literal voice actress, right? So it's not that hard. That being said, I don't know what her name is because I don't actually watch fucking what would you call credits, right? So it's like, and even then, she might be using a fucking pseudonym. I don't fucking know. That does happen. But yeah, let's assume that all that is like true, right? She uses pseudonyms for all that stuff. This guy could potentially actually know her real name, right? And that's kind of concerning, considering this person is fucking sending this kind of information, sending these kind of things. Yeah, that guy is nuts, right? Like, what the fuck is wrong with him?
Insane fanfic, yeah, like an actual fucking lunatic. And considering we know that there have been people both on the Offkai staff and on the volunteer list that have it out for certain VTubers that have vendetta.
Oh, wait. I think I see one of those VTubers. I think I can name another one. Pippa, right?
Against certain VTubers that want to make sure certain VTubers do not have a great time there. Again, becoming a volunteer if the staff hates your VTuber, and by fucking association you, because you like that VTuber, you're not gonna have that great of a time. And it's like, it makes me sad because I want all communities to be able to go to a convention. A VTuber convention should be completely sans politics. There should be no picking and choosing what politics belong there. It should be completely sanitized of anything political. There should be no political panels. There should be no political booths. It should all be VTuber centric.
And this makes sense because it's like, you want people's money, right? As a convention, you want people's money, right? If I was a convention owner, I'd be like, look, if the left wants to spend money on my convention, they can. If the right wants to spend money on my convention, they can. Now, if one of these two starts screeching and yelling at me, they're probably not going to be good customers, so then I'm just going to fucking cut my losses and let them be, right? That's not how a lot of these people actually think. A lot of these people think, well, they're screeching and yelling at me, so then I should probably change the way I'm behaving to appease them, not realizing that you have to actually consider why you're being screamed and yelled at. And yeah, so... yeah, Offkai, went full leftist and they suffered the consequences. All conventions are hundreds of hours away. That does happen.
And it's like, even when I was going to go, I was going to be doing an 18+ voice acting panel with someone else. I wasn't going to be doing anything political. I wasn't going to be bringing politics there because they don't belong. And instead of having me go and seeing what the result would be, they decided to blacklist me from appearing on panels as an official guest and telling me, well, people just don't feel safe if you're here, and as a small convention, we can't have that right now. Maybe in the future when we grow larger, we can have some more controversial VTubers like yourself. And it's like, I don't fucking believe you.
Okay, so I'm gonna pause and go back so that again we can read this. Okay, because she's posting her receipts because she keeps receipts longer than Sears, to be perfectly honest, right? Vendetta is not a type of processed cheese; it's serious business, right? Let's see. So Kirsha says, to add to my point as well, I think, quote, I think that's just the age we live in. You're entitled to your free speech and thoughts on the matter. Very much respect that. Those are two different quotes, by the way. Do you have no qualms with participating in this kind of system that perpetuates illogical hate/cancel culture? Giving in and saying that's just the culture we live in instead of driving change if you want to see it. Lysander says, yes, it was always a risk to continue talking that you were to go public with it all, and I personally understood against others' advice, but I'm just trying to give you our perspective. We are a private business, have to try to protect our branding, our public perception, our volunteers. It's not a choice any one of us take joy in making. That was a lie, by the way. Some people did take joy in this. We would love to see you a place of complete unity, but at this state we can't. If you have to go to the cancellation route, I just ask that you please redact any third parties we talked about, because none of them deserve to be impacted by this. It's very difficult. I'm just a third party, but too many of those concerned in their points of view. The things you are doing are harassing humans are just complicated. I understand 100%. You think you're not. I accept that, but I can still also see their POV. So he's accusing her of being a harasser, and that's why that's one of the reasons why they decided to disassociate with her. Okay. Son of a bitch. Hold on. There we go. So I think it's getting oversimplified. This is Lysander. The convention itself is run by volunteers, so people will naturally come and go. It isn't a set black and white parameter we have here. They misspelled parameter. The executive staff compared from last year, from the first year to this year, is 50% different people now. Same with most of our departments. I'm sure there were those who were upset by us on the first or second year, may have left because of being upset or completely unrelated reasons. We try to reach an internal consensus and talk with our staff when situations come up. It isn't just a clear, this person is canceled, let's drop them type hard line. Growing complicates everything. I don't know exactly how the future structure of the con will look when I'm gone. It could be a completely sterile cooperate convention that doesn't pay attention to the community anymore. I'm trying to state that as we grow, things will inevitably change. Kirsha then says, that definitely doesn't tell me that my blacklist isn't continual. So I will have to agree with you that we are at an impasse. And thank you for at least explaining the specifics of my unfair treatment so I do not have to guess. I appreciate that. Lysander says, thank you for your time as well. And again, I really apologize for disrespecting your vacation. And notice that he doesn't disagree with it being unfair, right?
We can't have that right now. Maybe in the future when we grow larger, we can have some more controversial VTubers like yourself. And it's like, I don't fucking believe you. If you're willing to blacklist me at this point, first of all, I'm not going to come to your convention. I'm not going to buy a badge and give people who hate me money. That's absurd.
Based.
And second of all, I don't believe that in the future you'll suddenly be like, okay, we know we said you couldn't come before, but now it's okay. Like, I just don't fucking believe you. Your people are known for being backstabbing, lying cunts. There's no fucking way. And then we had multiple off-Kai volunteers get removed this year because they couldn't help themselves and they posted shit on Twitter that they shouldn't have. We had that one tech guy who lost his position because he was posting shit. And we had that one former staff member that I found that basically outed off-Kai as like, yeah, they did try to sabotage certain people. You know, so it's like, I don't know how or why people still support off-Kai as a convention. It's not going to change. It's going to be shit every year. And it's like, I definitely feel bad for people who want to have like a fun con experience with their friends. But if the organizers hate you, if they hate your Oshi, what are you paying for? What are you doing? I want to have a VTuber convention that is welcoming and open to everyone, unless you've done something illegal, right? Like if you've like fucking sexually assaulted someone or you've murdered someone, like, yeah, you can get the fuck out, right? But like, I'm gonna need to see the police report. Do not give your money or government ID to people who hate you. Yeah. And so the fact that their con is so heavily mismanaged, they have so many mentally ill people running the show, performing their vendettas in real time against VTubers and VTubers communities that they dislike because of perceived political differences, I would not trust these people.
That perceived part is really important because sometimes the perceived difference isn't even real.
With ID, I would not trust them to have this information be secure. I do not feel like this is a safety thing on their end. I feel like this is a safety thing on everyone else's end. Knowing how vocal they are about their hate of some VTubers and their fans, how could anyone trust them with their personal information? I have no idea. It feels like some people try to heavily convince themselves that like, oh, it's fine if they hate my Oshi because as long as she gets to keep going, I'll keep giving them money. But it's like, you like your Oshi, therefore they also hate you. Are your fucking gay hotel orgies really worth it, dude?
Gay hotel orgies. What the fuck is that? Like, I know what it is. I'm aware of what the rumors are, but it's like, it doesn't make it any less jarring when you hear the phrase "gay hotel orgies." It's like, what? Oh my god.
Wouldn't you rather go somewhere where, like, instead of hating your Oshi, they have a firm indifference? Where they, like, let everyone go? What if you have an entourage of a dozen or 24 burly meat shields to raffle-stomp reporters? Them bringing up this requirement a week out from the event is really scummy. And I actually got told interesting information about this. Ken Ashkor, actually, one of the few based people still living in 1984 Bongland, seems like
Sadly, right?
they may have legal grounds to deny access if it's set out, as nobody has paid for their tickets yet. Mad that you can vote in California without documents, but you can't say hi to your Oshi without a passport. And then he said, interesting...
You can vote without documentation, but you need a pass. Okay, that's fucking funny. Holy shit.
Enough, if you paid before June 10th, when the website was changed, you have every reason to deny them access to your ID. Anyone who paid for the HoloLive or Stars or Priority Lottery in advance of June 10th has a legal ground to deny. And I'm assuming this is under California's consumer protection laws. So you can see the archive of the website here, and then the updated version of the website here requiring ID. So if you had gotten your meet and greet passes prior to June 10th, you are well within your consumer rights to reject giving them ID. And if they tell you that you have to give ID, and you show them this, and you show them the California consumer law, and they still demand ID, they put themselves at risk of being sued. So I feel like Offkai just keeps making one retarded decision after another. It's just actually insane that someone decided to do this.
Only in commie states. And also commie cities, because commie cities and red states get away with this too.
So if there's anyone, and I feel like there's probably not too many people, but if there is anyone in chat who had been going to Offkai and didn't refund, I would suggest you refund. But if you don't, now you don't have to give your ID if you had paid prior to June 10th and them changing the website. Because you agreed to a different term than what they set out after that. And they cannot alter that if you've already paid by California consumer law.
Yeah, so that section was just like, again, you know, an example of Offkai doing fuckery last year, right? So, again, Alana's not missing anything here. She's actually just like right on point. Like, what the fuck did you expect to happen in Offkai, right? Or from Offkai? Offkai pulls this shit all the time. Offkai is not a respectable company, right? And so the VTuber in question that like was we highlighted as the victim of bullshittery, Koki Sapodana is her actual name, right? And not actual name, but like her VTuber name, right? She actually did go to Offkai this year, and she had fun, but they probably also told fucking Offkai staff to, you know, not cause a fucking scene, or something may have also happened. Yeah, but like they still banned Kirsha. It's like, I'm still, even if they cleaned up most of their other like bullshit, still not going to support them until they stop fucking with Kirsha. All right? Like, why would I? Why? That is a canary in the coal mine, to be perfectly honest. Like, if you ban Kirsha, you're not gonna like what I or Kura or, you know, Mind of Ra or Feeble Mind or fucking like any, you know, Skybrows has to say, right? So it's like, why the fuck would any of us give a shit about that? Like, Kirsha in, or you can go fuck yourself, right?
But I'm just saying, it is fucking weird that Fansly on the main floor is right there.
No, it's not. Like, we all know why it's there. We can't make the accusation because we can't technically prove it, but it's like, it's literally that scene in Dexter with the fucking detective who's just like in each of the scenes where he's like, I know, but I can't prove, right? I don't know that, like, again, I don't know that, like, the convention design, you know, orchestrator did this on purpose, but Fansly was almost certainly there almost certainly asked to be put there. That's my opinion. I can't prove it, but that's my suspicion.
Oh, it's covered up, Alana. It doesn't matter. Okay, man, they have a QR code that you can scan and, like, look at people's titties. But okay. Yeah, sure.
It was more than that. It was more than that. It was way more than that.
Sure. Whatever you say. Where was I? Like 240, 238?
On the convention and be exposed to adult content. And as we enter the final day of Off-Kai Expo 2026, the very apparent reality involving this convention has become true. You can see Fansly promoting their booth saying, Off-Kai is open. If you're a creator, come collect your free swag bag before they're gone. If you're not a creator, come say hi anyway. We don't bite. Your favorite VTuber is probably at
And by the way, I would say the same thing for a fucking a gambling booth or something. Even if it doesn't have like slots on it and it's like, oh, this is just a gambling thing. It doesn't matter. It's still corn. It's still this. It's bad. Like, what?
I love Alana. I just wish she wasn't so artist captured on her AI beliefs. I mean, to be fair, that's a lot of these people, right? We are, like, you and me already know of a couple of people in the VTubing industry that actually we know, like, actually don't have a mainstream opinion about AI, but they can't say it because, again, the kind of audience and artist captured. But at the same time, like, we also are, like, we also know better than to say who they are, even if we can say that we do know some people like this. And at the same time, it's like, no one has to believe us either, right? Like, there's going to be a lot of people who are going to say, like, oh, you're bullshitting. It's like, no. It's like, it's not that I talk to these people, right? Turns out there's an actual large network of people that actually talk with, each other and share information. So, again, it's like, but again, they can't say anything because, again, they're captured by their artists. A lot of these people are very non-confrontational. They don't want to fucking deal with it. Now Rev is the giantess. Oh my god. Yeah, so that may be the case with Alana. I don't know. I've never heard anything about that. But at the same time, it's like, she's also just allowed, that's why my position is everyone is allowed one retardation, right? At least. Everyone is allowed the grace of one retarded belief, right? So, that's that minimum standard can help with a lot of this stuff. It's like, I find what you're saying absolutely retarded, X, Y, or Z. But, that being said, like, everyone is due their one retardation, right?
Booth
What are we
today.
doing?
Come
It's 18
verify
plus
that.
content.
I mean, she may not particularly like it either, but at the same time, she's not exactly going after people to get AI works taken down either, right? It's like, if that was the case, fucking Play Astronomical would be fucking in a lot of trouble.
For yourself. And of course, people are just, again, not very enthused to see this sort
Join this QR code to get a free $100 to start gambling today.
So, Samikaze does have a bit of a point, right? It's like, Samikaze at the top, I hit the wrong button again. It's talking about, like if your Oshi needs to make porn to make money, then they're probably not doing well as a VTuber, right? It's like, yeah, he's right about that, right? But not everyone who has a Fansly is in desperate need of money. Some of these people are just that degenerate, right?
of platform being a featured sponsor.
True, she's not militant. Yeah, if you're against it, and then like you just again like, look, I'm not gonna make bones about it. I can at least respect that opinion, right? It's like when you're actually going after people for like a slight of having had one thing made of you. It's like, yeah, at that point, it's like, nah, you can go fuck yourself. But like, I can stand people like Alana. I was like, oh yeah, they're kind of retarded about this, but they're also not like fucking. They're not doing the same shit that like Charlie's doing, where he's like has no understanding of the subject matter whatsoever, and then like goes on its entire fucking rant about like the evils of AI, and it's like, my brother in Christ, you think that like AI, you think that the water used by AI comes out like sewage? When none of the water that was ever going to be used for the AI systems was ever going to be drinkable anyway. It was distilled water. You would literally dehydrate yourself drinking it. Do you not understand this? Like Honey Goblin? Yeah, exactly. Honey Goblin isn't exactly all that militant. She doesn't talk about it all that often. When she does, it's a little retarded. But at the same time, it's like, she has no real reason to understand these systems. right? It's not in her wheelhouse. Why would she really need to understand this, right? And that's the thing, is like, people don't often need to know certain things that like can be important in other respects, right? Why does a traditional artist actually need to understand AI? Like, in all honesty, like if they're doing well in their business, they kind of don't need to, right? It's kind of like the same thing as like, why does a plumber need to understand quantum mechanics? It's not exactly within his purview. Like, it does him no good, to be perfectly honest, outside of just like a academic curiosity.
Of this.
If it says 18 plus, they're checking IDs and nothing explicit on display at their booth, I don't care. But they're not. They're not checking IDs. There is explicit content in their booth. You just have to scan the QR code and it goes and takes you to literal porn.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's like, that is the insane part. Is like, again, at least in Texas, right? In the convention in Texas, they actually do check you, right? There was one, because like every time I go to an anime convention, I go to the booths for like the Dojin vendors, like the ones who actually went to Japan, bought a lot of Dojin, and then come over and they have their own booth. And then I'd also go to like things like the J-list vendor just to see what they have, right? And sometimes I end up leaving with something, sometimes I don't, right? But that being said, the thing about that though is that like every time I've ever gone there, I even approach the thing and they're on my ass. Like, I even approach the desk and they're already coming at me. I was like, I need to see your ID. He's like, okay. Do you really like? I said, like, I'm sorry, I have to ask. You know, as I'm looking like a fucking mujahideen, right? I'm looking like it's like I walk up there, and I'm looking like a 40-year-old mujahideen with my beard, right? And like unkempt hair. And they're like, yeah, I'm sorry, we legally have to do this. And even if we know from just looking at you that you're, you know, of age, and we don't do this, even though like you can do this, the con will still shut us down. I'm like, I know. I've literally had moments where it's like I walk to it, get carded, walk away briefly. I'm still in line of sight. I walk back, and they still come. It's like, I need to see your ID, and so I have to show them my ID again, because they need to show and demonstrate to the con that they're actually following the law, right? So it's like, it's fucking ridiculous that you could literally put a fucking QR code that would bypass all of this ID check stuff that they've all had there. But it's also California. We all know this, right? We're all aware of some of the legal changes in California that are very telling. I was like, interesting. I wonder why this is happening here, right? Let's see. Haunted by the data center machine spirits. Boo. God damn it. Oh my god, I have to send you this keyframe. Okay. let me know when you send it.
Like,
oh, wait,
I'm
you already
sorry.
sent it.
It's just like, I don't know, man. I think it's hypocritical. I think it's stupid.
Events, but
Oh, hot damn. That is a really good keyframe. Hold on. I'm gonna move this over to the screen. It's not capturing that window, so y'all won't be able to see it, but I need to check something. The gen is really good. Holy shit. But you might be missing a finger on the left hand. But other than that, that is a really good gen. Holy crap.
as people are going around the convention, they are seeing that this booth is front and center at the Expedition Hall, which
Yeah, because they paid a lot of money for it. That's why. Yeah.
again is open.
Yeah, no shit, they paid a lot of money for it. And yeah, they are the sponsor. Those are fair points. But at the same time, they could have at least not had the fucking QR code, right? I don't even really care that they were like front and center in this way, because you could still do the thing where it's like you're carding people and you're making sure that everyone like is the thing. I've already explained that, right? But hypothetically speaking, why would you allow, if you have to card everyone, why would you allow a QR code that would take everyone to straight pornography if they like use their phone? Especially knowing how many people have phones at, you know, early ages. It's the last background I drew before my tablet screen broke. Ooh.
For minors as young as 13, and things would get even
Well, that's quite impressive.
more troubling as pointed out in this tweet, where there is a QR code you can scan with no account required whatsoever, no verification, no vetting process whatsoever, that opens up some of the related VTubers at this convention. And obviously I can't play through the video this user provided, going through the various links and videos provided. But of course,
yeah, I'm still under my 90 days of, I'm still under my 90-day notice, so it's like I can't really explain what some of this was. But other people have, you know, found out what this stuff was, and like, yeah, nah, absolutely fucking not. That's fucking wild. And apparently, from what I'm under, I might be wrong about this, but I have heard it floated around that they might not have actually asked for permission to use some of this content, right? So I don't know if that's the case, but no, I wouldn't put it past one of these companies.
to give you a very brief and censored description of what we're looking at, you have one VTuber.
And by the way, what if you don't consent to this being shown to minors as like a VTuber?
Well, I mean, the thing is like, as far as like, you can't really control who it is who gets to see the things you put out there, right? Like, if I make an ass of myself on YouTube, right? Let's say I have like a completely terrible take, right? We're doing a video where it's like, I just make myself look like a fucking idiot, right? Like Moist Critical saying something like talking about like transgender kids, right? That level of stupid. Like I can't then be like, well, I only consent to fucking to Yaghans watching this, right? Unless you're ethnically Yaghan, you can't see anything that I posted, right? I couldn't fucking do that, right? It's out there, it's for everyone to see. The very technology that allows me to output that, you know, doesn't have a filter system to only allow Yaghans to actually see me make an ass of myself, right? Like, that's not how the technology works. It's not how any of this has ever worked. The whole thing is like, again, that's why you do things like put things behind content walls, right? Is to prevent people you don't want to see something from seeing it. It's not perfect, but it's as close as you can actually perform to that. And so, yeah, if they are taking this from creators, the question is, well, do they ask to use this material? Right? that would be, because if they didn't ask to use this material, then again, what it's like.
YouTuber with stuff on her face, describing self-pleasure. Another one basically doing a striptease. Another one doing a job, ASMR, and also many other lewd content, including real life content, not just VTuber.
That is the thing too, is a lot of these fansly VTubers are like, they're not even their VTubers. Well, they will do their stuff in VTubers, right? So it's like a lot of these fansly VTubers, they do porn with their VTuber model, but then they'll also just do IRL porn. It's like, commit to the bit at least, right? If you're gonna do the one, at least like commit to the bit. Like, what the fuck are we doing here?
But
I don't think you should be doing that. It's just like it's fucking baffling. It's like, what the hell are we doing here? Why are you doing this? I get the fucking like propaganda and like the indoctrination into this kind of ideology, but it's like it's just frustrating. Oh my god.
Stuff obviously extremely not safe for work, which again is something you can access as young as 13, walking through this convention with no account required, no verification process whatsoever. Again, this stuff is not too surprising at a VTuber anime related convention, but the fact
that he had to censor it for YouTube is very telling to me.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't think kids should be at these conventions if their parents aren't going with them, right? That's just me, right? We can argue about like what age maybe you can probably let's say adolescents go to a con on their own unsupervised, and that would probably be a combination of like how fucking retarded you actually are and like whether or not the person in question is trustworthy. But even still, it's like you should still, as a parent, probably just go to the fucking con with your kid, right? And secondly, it's like, why would you let your kid go to a VTuber convention in the first place, right? Especially if you know what a VTuber is, and like the VTubers out there, why would you do this? If I had kids, I don't think I would let them go to a VTuber convention, right? And even if they wanted to go to a Comic-Con or an Anime Con, I would go. I would go with them. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not leaving you unsupervised here. Not because I think anyone here is particularly dangerous, but because I think you are an idiot. To be perfectly honest, right? And I might be wrong, and there might be someone who's actually dangerous there, and you might be dumb enough to put yourself in a situation that would be bad. So no, I'm gonna go with you, right?
The fact that it's so accessible to minors is the problem. All of this could have been avoided if they just made the convention itself 18 plus.
Is he pushing for age verification? This is a real life instance, though.
Yeah, this is not comparable. This is obviously not comparable. Like obviously you do age verification for pornography, right? Like that's at least fair. And I'm not even talking like ID verification either. Like you at least have the attempt, quote unquote, at verification on like porn sites where it's like, by clicking on this you are verifying that you are above 18, right? That's more than what's being done here, where you can literally just click on it. You can literally take a picture of the QR code and then it doesn't even ask you if you're 18. It just shows you the porn, right? So it's like, again,
yeah, you should show your ID if you're gonna go to a bar with alcohol in it. Yeah. That's kind of what people...
Yeah, exactly. Okay, hold on. So, Captain Shah in the comment section actually is completely completely correct on this. I think it's age restriction, not verification, right? That's exactly what it is. They're just making sure that the person, and yes, that requires a verification of the age, but it's very specifically to this subject matter, right? Yes, we should not allow children to look at pornography, right? That should not be a thing we're allowing kids to do. So yes, you should verify the age of the consumer. That way you can see that, okay, this is not a minor. So that as an adult, you can be as degenerate, you can buy all the degenerate hentai you want, but you can't be a child and buy any of it. That's really fucking simple, right? I don't have a problem with, like, again, age restrictions requiring some degree of age verification to a vendor, right? But, that's neither here nor there. I just don't want the state to have a fucking repertoire of blackmail material.
What people are
which is what an age verification law would actually require.
asking for.
Or they restricted access to this booth to the yabai market, which is 18 plus. They could have just done that, but instead they're allowing it in the expedition hall.
You wanna catch more fish, you gotta go where the fishes are. If it's in a restricted area, there's a stigma around it, so not many people are gonna see it. Why the fuck would Fansly sponsor and spend all that money, which was probably a lot, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I feel like if you're gonna be
Oh no, it was almost certainly a pretty penny.
the main sponsor for a big event like Offkai, which is a pretty big convention at this point for like VTubers and anime adjacent stuff. Yeah.
And of course, you think back to the sort of standards Offkai Expo has, and it goes back to Kirsha. Kirsha was supposed to be a featured guest with a panel at Offkai Expo a few years ago, and I covered this in a video back then, but she was blacklisted from this event. She lost her panel, although they allowed her to continue to go to the events and also buy a ticket, but not be a featured guest.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, we're not safe. We don't feel safe, so we're not going to let you appear as a guest, but you can appear as a customer. It's like, no, absolutely, go fuck yourself, right? What do you mean you don't feel safe with me being here physically as a vendor or a guest speaker, but you're safe enough to take my money and allow me to be in your space? And no, absolutely, go fuck yourself, right? Kirsha had every reason and every right to be like absolutely like disgusted by this behavior, because it is disgusting. It's a naked contradiction,
which is incredibly
yeah, we banned you from it, but like you can still spend money with us. Yeah, I watched this video. Super hypocritical, super dumb,
greedy and ridiculous.
2 years ago.
But she was banned over wrongthink, where after twisting the arm of some of the people behind this convention, they revealed that
A lot of them come down to gender identity and DEI type issues. Chat, this person got mad at Kirsha for having the Discord pronouns. You know, you can assign pronouns as a joke.
Oh yeah, I'm aware of the hit piece. Sakura says she was blacklisted because of a hit piece by Variety magazine full of lies and slander. Yeah, and yeah, many such cases.
You can either say she, her, they, them, you do it seriously, or some people put like, you know, dumb idiot or Burger Queen or something. I think hers one was Burger Queen. It wasn't even fucking insulting. It was just like Burger Queen. And apparently that was like enough to piss them off, apparently. I shit you not. I don't know if he shows it, but I'm pretty sure that was one of the reasons they listed.
Basically, some of her tweets were a little too problematic,
Who
a little
cares?
too
Oh my
wrong-think
God.
for this convention. And I remember one of the examples that they provided right here was her labeling her Discord pronouns as Burger Queen.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Mocking the fact that Discord is trying to force pronouns into
I don't think it's forcing. It's just like, do whatever the fuck you want. Don't take it so fucking seriously. Holy shit.
people's
Forcing would be like, oh, you can't enter different pronouns. At least you can put like Burger Queen or dumb bitch or something.
bios. But then we have
Who
all
cares,
this nonsense
I
involving
do
this
it.
year's
I don't give a
convention.
fuck. I think it's
Feature
fun.
Speaking of Fansly creators, actually. So, I am aware that there's been a recent string of, like, VTuber bannings. Interestingly enough, none of them are corporate VTubers, right? And Romanian VT, I actually agree with his assessment on why a number of VTubers may have just been, like, nuked off of YouTube. And, yeah, it's because it's always been against the rules in YouTube to link to pornographic and sexual material. And it turns out a lot of these people who got nuked off of YouTube were violating that rule and linking to Twitter accounts that were filled with pornography. So, I'm sorry. Some of the conversation we were talking about, and I was like, oh, wait, hold on. This kind of reminds me of this exact thing that might be relevant later in the episode.
VTubers like Kawaii Grin here,
Who
had this to say: meet and greet tomorrow.
Why would... I didn't like it when Kason was, like, started doing the flesh tuber stuff. Oh my god.
At 1 p.m. But I'm in the Fansly booth.
ovulating, by the way? Who asked?
Like, I get the VTuber ovulation tracker meme is funny, and yes, I'd have a whole episode on that. But at the same time, it's like saying this at a Fansly booth, and it's like, okay, this makes me uncomfortable. Who is best Fox waifu? Are you Team Alana or Team Kirsch? If we're talking best Fox waifu, I'm gonna go with Tenma Maeme. Automod got me again, lol.
TMI, but okay. Who cares?
All day today if you want to say hello.
Oh, wait a minute. Tenma can't have kids. If we're gonna go with, like, Fox waifus, then... I'm gonna go with Mizuki. Fiery Brazilian, right?
Ovulating, by the way, which is a ridiculous and insane thing to say.
Imagine if a guy said that. They said like, oh, I'm super horny. Like before a meet and greet or something. Can you imagine? Like, dude, you'd get arrested for... Yeah, I'm fucking hard right now.
I don't know if you'd get arrested, but you would definitely get a lot of fucking weird looks.
Before not
Oh,
only doing
bro,
a meet
okay.
and greet as a VTuber, but doing it
A bit weird,
not
but
even
okay.
as a VTuber, but in
My
the
balls
flesh.
are swollen.
Like,
Jesus Christ.
VTubing? Is this what we're doing? Like, yeah, this already annoys a lot of people, but then this is the focus. But when I looked at this account, I was like, this looks really familiar. And of course, it's because, well, I made a video about this VTuber.
Oh god. Oh my god. See, this is why likes need to be public again. Hold on. Let me turn off the chat so you can see this image. There we go. Look at this shit. Oh my god, yes. Every fucking time. I hate lolicon. Obvious lolly is in the fucking likes. This is why likes need to be made public again, right? Just, oh my god. Well, at least it's well drawn. But it's like, I almost guarantee you, this was one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, I don't really like lolicon. Lolicon, immediately in the fucking thing. Right? What the fuck is that creature, by the way? That's a VTuber's human form? Yeah, right? Oh my god. Tectone is not... Tectone, like, strikes again, right? It's like when Tectone went on that rant about, like, how, like, all VTubers are actually, like, very unappealing, if not grotesque. It's like, huh, he's a... is Tectone gonna be like Stone Toss? Is he never gonna miss?
A couple of years ago, you can see the title, Hypocritical VTuber Risks Career, Slandering Body Pillow Company. So here's the context, a little trip down memory lane here. They called out a company called Cuddly Octopus. They're one of many to fall into.
Yeah, I've been contacted by them. Yeah. Yeah, I just said no, sorry.
This.
I mean, see, you can always just say no. That being said, this is one of the people who are also doing that, the obliteration of distinctions, trying to make the fictional and the real indistinguishable. Like, on the topic of pedos, you mean people who like to watch cartoons, right? Like, oh no, it's a cartoon of what? It's a cartoon of a fucking archetype, right? And even if that was the case, it's like, look, a lot of these people are just fascinated by the cartoon aspect, right? Not to mention the myriad of psychological reasons why lolicon is actually way more popular than people think it is, right? It's actually not necessarily all that simple, and maybe read A Billion Wicked Thoughts before you open your fucking mouth about this subject, right? Because, like, it's not like there isn't already a bunch of research on this topic. Oh my god, I fucking hate these people. But yes, conflating the fictional with the real is a good way to lose track of the real in the first place, right?
Same.
Kirsche and Alana could be overweight and I'd still love them. They're funny. I mean, that's fair, but also that's because personality does actually carry a lot, right?
Pattern of behavior, by the way. Cuddly Octopus sells body pillows for VTubers, and Kawaii Grin decided to make a public post calling them out and just outright slandering them, saying that they're selling literal CP because they believe some of the characters depicted were underage and being depicted in not safe for work situations, and were mocking people who disagreed with this notion.
Yuck.
Now, reminder, this is back in 2023 when likes were still public on Twitter, and wow, what a better era. Things were so
yeah, you could really farm people.
much more fun back then when you could just scroll through the publicly listed likes of all these people virtue signaling about fictional content and immediately expose them as massive hypocrites consuming the exact same content they're trying to slander people over on Twitter. But anyways, I tried to warn them, right, when they initially made their call out post, which of course is now deleted, where I said your likes are public, like, come on, LMAO, but they did not listen. So I went forward with a video, not just because of the tweet, but because of a subsequent stream where she would crash out, call me out by name, mock me as basically irrelevant, and try to excuse her behavior because...
Calling someone irrelevant even though they make content and are clearly more popular than you, even back then. Like, I'm gonna be real, Even I knew who Rev was 3 years ago. Like, yeah, sure, he wasn't as big then, but like... What are we talking about? Like, yeah.
A, she doesn't know anything about anime and manga, and B, it was only like one character that she was unfortunately caught with in her likes, which is a outright lie.
Even if we grant it was only the one character, y'all all saw the thumbnail. It's like, regardless if it's one character by your own standards, it's pretty fucking damning. Holy shit, right? It's like, it's like, what the fuck are we doing here, right? We should not be entertaining these fucking mentally deranged fucking
So I want to watch a small portion of this video with you guys because it's really a great trip down memory lane.
And that's the thing. Well, that's one of the things that I think we've all kind of gloss over. Is there's a lot. It's not just men. There's a lot of women who read lolicon. People are kind of shocked, but it's like no, a lot of it is women. You want to guess who one of the big writers of lolicon is? That's right again. A lot of the lolicon authors are women. Interesting how that plays out, eh?
And it shows not only the hypocrisy of this VTuber, but as someone who slanders companies in the past, somehow getting to work with Off-Kai Expo when that same convention banned Kirsha over wrong thing, including jokes about pronouns, but let's get right into it. Rev, what do you have to say?
Yeah, like some people who are like open lolly lovers or open people who like lewd lollies or are like pedos basically.
Like you, by your own standards.
Like, bro, your likes are public. Your likes are public.
They are.
And
Yeah.
I don't be liking
They were.
anything fucking
That's... Man. I couldn't imagine.
I love how when it's a lolly, they lose their absolute minds, but when it's a Shota, crickets. Yeah, because they don't really... So part of it is they don't really believe that... Okay, so... One is a lot of times they don't actually believe what they're saying, right? It's mostly rhetorical bullshit. It's easily demonstrable because like especially it's like, oh yeah, this is literal CSEM, and then it's like they literally post the thing as like proof. It's like, why, if you believed it was that, why would you post it? Are you telling me that if you had encountered the real thing, you would have posted that as well? If this is the case, we have a bigger problem than you not being able to discern reality from fiction, right? Yeah, no, it's all power. It's all power play. It's all literally just rhetoric, sophistry, and fucking confidence epistemology. They'll say it with their full chest as they've been caught in a fucking lie, to like in an attempt to what would you say? God, it's late. In an attempt to like disarm. There we go. To disarm your defenses. Like it's all fucking idiocy.
Imagine getting caught with my pants down like that and just doubling down. Like,
Yep.
or just take the L or shut up. Why are you streaming and be like, oh my god, those fucking lolly lovers? Like, I would never do that. Like, okay, buddy. Like, you got caught with your pants down, but okay.
messy. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. So they did screenshot some, and I do feel fucking terrible.
She feels
honestly,
terrible.
because I didn't even.
She's like, I feel terrible. I got caught with CSEM. It's like, what the fuck are you on about? I don't think anyone has ever been like actually given any kind of sympathy for this. The fact you can even conceive of sympathy being given for this shows that the thing you're talking about is not what you're claiming it to be. Right? You are absolutely talking out of your ass, and you know it.
Realize, like, some of the kids.
I didn't realize some of the characters were... Oh my god. No, there's no fucking way. In the box you go. Absolutely fuck off. No, we all saw the thumbnail. Absolutely go fuck yourself. You're not gonna piss on my leg and tell me it's raining.
I know for a fact the Octopus body pillow company still exists. Does this bitch still exist? Does she still stream? Or is she one of those that just, like, makes content off of Fansly?
Were underage.
Well, first of all, Your Honor, I didn't know they were underage. And of course, this is her
Exactly, right?
standard, right? She's calling people predators over fictional content and saying this company is selling body
She was just an off-guy? Well, yeah, but... I know this is an unfortunate reality, but a lot of these people don't actually stream. They just make content on Fansly. Yeah, they basically stop. Like, they quit their fucking quote-unquote streaming career because it doesn't go anywhere, and they just start posting whole every time.
pillows
Well, content,
featuring
I'm putting in the parentheses 'cause you're posting
and her
online, but, you
excuse
know.
when she gets caught with that stuff in her likes is that she didn't know any better.
I think looting lollies is pretty weird. That's your opinion. That's what's funny. You're probably not gonna fucking make a tweet and try to cancel this fucking body pillow company and calling them pedophiles and shit. I would hope you don't do that. Cause like what the fuck is it at the end of the day, man?
But as I will
I'm not
point
saying you
out in
can't
this
have an
video,
opinion.
it's pretty clear that she's a massive hypocrite. I'm gonna do you a favor here
It's the fact that she. Oh Jesus. Okay.
and get you a
Yeah.
whole
Okay, so here's the thing. Yes, granted, like the whole thing with like Comey here, yeah, sure, like, yeah, she's actually underage, but like, you could look at the actual character and be like, okay, I wouldn't necessarily know that just looking at it, right? On the other hand, it's like, yeah, I guess you could say the same thing with like Gwen here on like the bottom right-hand side. It's like, yeah, if I didn't know any better, you could have also passed this off as like an adult character in like a comic book. Yeah, that's fair. Nagato's a little bit harder to fucking justify there.
post. That's a lot.
That's all of her likes, Chad. That's when likes were public. These are all her fucking likes.
See on the screen. This is like the diet version of what I'm gonna do. These are underage characters. There's a lot worse in her likes. There's characters elementary school aged and actually.
But I mean, to their point, to the point that Rev is making, it's like it wouldn't matter if this was like a real thing, like real people, if you knew or not, right? And it's the same thing here. It's like, okay, if this is identical in function, if this is identical to the thing you're claiming it is, then yeah, it shouldn't matter that you didn't know. You're still again acquiring it and holding on to it, right? It's like you're still in possession of it. What the fuck are you doing?
Actual lolicon, but I'm gonna start with the not an exaggeration, by the way.
Spider-Gwen. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Spider-Gwen's really underage.
Compilation,
Yeah.
and she'll later state she doesn't know anything about anime, so I'm gonna give her a little bit of a lesson on these characters.
Wait,
So right there,
wait.
got-
You don't know anything about anime, but you're a VTuber. I'm not saying you have to be an anime enjoyer, like everything about it, but like, I don't know, man. It's just kind of strange to me.
Nagatoro, who is
You don't have to watch every. I need to get this off the screen. I'm scared of getting.
Accusing people of the thing you do yourself is still a common strategy in certain groups of people. That is true. Hope you're doing good, a cosmic. Thank you. I am. So, hello, Play, and hello, Jesus Christ, bro, chill, right?
Banned. But like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm currently again losing my mind again at retards saying it's like, yes, Lolicon and Shotokan. Well, let's be fair, it's not Shotokan. It's literally just Lolicon. Like Lolicon is indistinguishable from like CSEM, and I'm like, you were fucking retarded if you can't tell the difference between fiction and reality, right? It may be disgusting, yeah, or you may not like it and all that stuff. Yeah, sure, why not, right? But it's not literally the same thing, and anyone who says it is fucking absurd, right? Oh my god! So I'm losing my mind to schizo. Runia, I'm pretty sure it's like 6 o'clock. Good lord, man, what are you doing?
There are VTubers like that. Well, I understand. I just think it's a little bit strange. It's like being a. I don't know, what's a good analogy? I don't know. Maybe like because I'm super invested into anime and I've been an anime fan since I was like a kid. I don't get it.
I am aware. That's why I pointed that out,
Miku,
Runia.
who's 16. Hitori from Bocchi the Rock, who is 16. Komi-san, who's between the ages of 15
He's
to
just
17
calling
in
it
that
out, man.
series.
Yep.
You have Karine from Blue Archive, who is Not looking 16. good for her. Spider-Gwen, who in the Spider-Verse era is between 14 to 16 from what I can see. And
this isn't even anime, this is comic book, so,
every single image.
Yeah, like, the West has been looting, like, underage characters, and people don't fucking bat an eye. I'm gonna be real, it's really fucking annoying that there's this weird double standard.
Okay, so they try this on occasion, right? There was a time a while ago where was a Supergirl Girl of Steel, which I actually have the comic run of, was called out for a panel where a naked Supergirl is like, the beginning of the story is like she's naked in the pod, right? And eventually Superman has to like, put a cover over her, and there was a bunch of people who freaked the fuck out who didn't actually read the comic, right? Like, oh, what? They're sexualizing the Supergirl. She's underage. I was like, no, they didn't. This is literally a rebirth. This is Edenic innocence, right? This is literally someone who's been born you know, a second time, this time on Earth, who does not understand how anything works, right? This is like, the nakedness is a actual symbol of naivete and of innocence, right? It's a Edenic symbol. The fact that you can't see a naked human body and not be sexually aroused is not a condemnation of the person who drew a naked human body. It is a condemnation of you for being fucking gooned out of your mind, right? Oh my god, I fucking hate these people.
Spider-Gwen is not a fucking Japanese character.
On this screen would make her a predator for liking them if you apply her own standards back to her. Now, and then there's the Marin Kitagawa wall as well, but of course...
Marin Kitagawa fucking one-shotted a lot of these retards. Holy shit.
This goes back to that era with likes being public. It was so easy to expose people spouting off about fictional content and thinking they have the moral high ground when in reality they're massive hypocrites, but it gets way worse than that. So that's just kind of a blanket easy statement right there where it's like, she says anything that's underage, you're a predator for liking characters depicted in that sort of a way. There's a huge compilation
should be canceled for that by
of
that
screenshots.
logic.
And by the way, Marin Kitagawa is 15 years old in My Dress Up Darling, just to confirm that. But she
Are bookmarks becoming public? I have no idea.
also goes on to make other excuses, basically
Poor gooner hating gooners. Right, exactly, right? Oh my god. It's all it's all projection? Always has been, right?
Think so.
The characters she likes are similar in appearance to her VTuber model, and well, that is a standard I don't think she really wanted to bring up because it just makes her look even worse. And drop.
And they're not like little lolly looking avatars.
The first one, oh my god. Like, literally in the thumbnail Rev has, it's very clearly...
They're like
You sick fuck.
Hey, Cosmic, how do you feel about leading an army of cute goblin girls? No particular reason. Well, goblin girls and cute are... You know, well, actually, hold on. There's a confluence here, because goblin girls are often drawn to be very cute in the first place, right? First of all, there's a lot of neotenous traits in goblins, right? First of all, a lot of them are short, and shortness is a neotenous trait. And we've already established that I find neotenous traits quite attractive, right? It's one of the reasons why I have an affinity towards Asian women. It's not because they're Asian, it's because they're highly neotenous. A few times that I have been attracted to a black woman or a white woman, they've also been very neotenous, had very neotenous features. So it's like, again, there's a lot of neotenous features usually given to goblins. So, goblin girls. So, yeah, of course I'm gonna like goblin girls, right? It's literally tailored to my particular interests, right? So, how do I feel about leading an army of goblin girls? It kind of depends. Are they gonna kill me, right? Right? Are they like the goblins in that, the demigob, voice acted comics, right? It's like, interesting. Maybe not. If I'm gonna be eaten alive, maybe not.
Yeah, you sick fuck.
full blown art pieces, and they look very well endowed like women. They look like my avatars.
Well endowed. And they look like her model. Wow.
Oh.
I can't help but notice that, like, David Wood caught all kinds of shit when he was, like, talking about when he was fucking in his very much antisocial personality disorder, like, phase, because the man actually did have clinically diagnosable antisocial personality disorder, right? He did not give a fuck, and he was going to do all the chaos he could. He changed his life around, but when he was telling, again, to prevent Sam Shamoon from telling, spilling beans, he just came out and said, all right, here's some things that no one else knows, right? He just confessed to some crimes he did when he was, significantly younger. And one of the ones that caught everyone's attention, because he doesn't do any of this shit anymore, right? But it's like right when he was out on bail, right? As a teenager, although granted, I think he was 18 at the time, right? He happened to lay with a 13-year-old girl who had massive honkers. And everyone is right, and everyone was rightly disgusted about that. And they just even pointed out, it was disgusting that he did that. It was evil that he did that. If he was able to turn himself in, if he actually knew who the victim was, he would apologize to the victim and he'd turn himself in, but there's not really a way to identify who the victim is, right? And it was like, everyone was like, yeah, that's, what? Right? It's like kind of shocking. But it's like, again, it's like, well, she's like, oh yeah, they were underage, but they were well endowed, right? It's like, what the fuck are we doing here? No, go fuck yourself, right? If you're gonna say that, like, the characters are identical to real human beings, so therefore, any depiction of a character like this is therefore, it basically sees them, then no, go fuck yourself. What is this excuse? Like, Your Honor, Your Honor, in my defense, she had massive titties. What the fuck is this? In a way, I feel bad for gobs because they are ugly and hated, yet they need other races to have kids. Well, it depends on the depiction, right? No, you're leading a charge against tourists in this scenario for no reason in particular. I have no problem against that. Goblins are renowned for their ability for machination and to come up with devious schemes to accost people. So, actually, they'd probably be perfect for fighting tourists, to be perfectly honest. Lore, there is no female goblins. It's all male race that needs other races to breed. It depends on which continuity.
Educated anime person. I guess that's fine.
Yeah, but 16-year-olds can have boobs too. I would know. I was 16 as a kid. Yep. The body shape of consent. Yeah, if you're
the body shape of consent.
if you're an older woman and you're 30 and you have no tits and you're flat as a board, you must be a child then by her logic.
Let's be fair. Some of this is just absolutely an expression of intrasexual competition, right? Like, again, body shaming people who have advantages in one respect. Oftentimes, neotenous women. This is why you'll sometimes see black and Asian women, black and white women, fucking deride Asian women, because let's be fair, most men find neoteny to a certain degree at least more attractive. And Asian women are just, especially East Asian women, are just objectively speaking the most neotenized people on Earth. So it's like, yeah, there's a lot of intrasexual competition among women, and they can get pretty fucking vicious. And one of the ways that they do this is body shaming. And yeah, it's not that hard to find many examples of white and black women just body shaming what are effectively Asian features. And it's very telling when you piece that together.
Yeah, so this is the part of the video where I'm just going to put the worst stuff on the screen. These are all
Look at your mods, Alana.
Holy crap. So the first... Hold on. Let me turn off the browser. Nope, that's the wrong one. The fucking top left-hand corner. You're going to tell me that you actually thought that that was an adult character. Fucking bullshit. Right? Not to mention Blue Archive on, like, again, the middle left-hand corner at the bottom. Right? Very obviously not. No, fuck off. And again, you have what looks like to be, like, Blue Archive, like, level characters on fucking, like, the upper right middle section. So it's like, what are we doing here? No, absolutely, this woman should go fuck herself. Oh, shit. I keep hitting the wrong buttons. There we go.
What? Look at your mods. Look at your mods, Alana. I get banned for hours because I said congrats. Yeah, I timed you out because you brought up my fucking viewer count. Watch the video. Get over it. Holy fuck. It wasn't even my mods. I just told you.
Elementary school aged characters.
Watch the video, man.
/or hardcore lolicon.
Honestly, kind of based for Alana. Like, she's like, stop fucking interrupting the stream, right?
I will spare you the description here, but like most of these characters are in elementary school or middle school, and she was describing these characters as well endowed, and that they looked just like her own VTuber model that is more.
These characters would literally be like if you had a like physiologically more gerontomorphic, i.e., literally older, right? Design for these characters. If you kept the assets for the most part, let's say relatively proportional, right? These would be very much on the Patanko or literally like flat-chested design, like very much so. Never bring up viewer count. Yeah, why the fuck would you do that? Like, that's a good point. Why would you do that, right? And it's like, I don't care about viewer count. Like, I'm streaming to a very small, comfy, like, number of people. But at the same time, it's like, why the fuck would you bring up viewer count?
Busty, of course. I mean, it's just insane levels of hypocrisy. And this was really the reason why I made this video back in 2023. Because not only did she get...
It's easier to farm content when you can point out people's hypocrisy, man.
That is true.
I wish likes were public again. I do.
I actually really agree. If Elon Musk were to make fucking likes public again, that would be a fucking godsend. Do you know how many people who fucking call out specifically Lolicon and Shotacon would be immediately caught with their fucking pants down? It's like, oh yeah, why is there so much Lolicon and Shotacon in your feed? Right? They have people don't really understand how many people who are anti-pornography would be caught with pornography in their fucking likes. It would be absolutely like it would be fucking really revealing.
On Twitter being a hypocrite, but she went on stream like this, making her heart-wrenching soliloquy, defending herself and deflecting any sort of blame, taking zero accountability, but also name dropping me as well.
I don't read manga, so I do feel fucking terrible. I didn't know that some of...
I don't read manga. Okay, then why is the literal mass of lollies in your thing? It doesn't matter if you don't read, like, manga. If anything, if you don't read manga, it's almost certainly worse. Right? At least in the case of manga, you can have the excuse is like, oh yeah, you're deep in the manga culture, so like you're familiar with the archetypes that are being played with here, right? Oh my god, 90-ish%, yeah, and that's being generous. I think I would agree that is being generous.
Were underage because they're like well endowed. They look like adults.
I mean, you don't have to read a manga to know. Just, I don't know, have some basic information.
But that's the thing also. Like, I feel bad. I didn't know they were under, like, Rev says Desu. Oh, that's like a random account.
It's just
a random account. I love that. Oh, it's a literal who, guys. He's like 100,000 subscribers. What?
I don't remember if this is the case, but I have a sneaking suspicion Rev fucking like mogs her in terms of like, again, points. I'm pretty sure like he would insta ratio her.
What a who?
So tell Musk this, sure he listens. People have been telling him to make likes public for a while. Like, people way bigger than me have been telling her to do this, right? A little random account, exactly, right? It's like, oh yeah, a random account made me have to make this video. It's like, no, go fuck off.
Well, that random account is still here in 2026. Kawaii grin, and here I am still making YouTube videos, and here you are at Offkai Expo doing a meet and greet for Fansly. How things have evolved over the years, but this all goes back to...
I hate these people.
Oh, but Rev, you've been canceled. You can't go to Offkai.
Well, again, as we've already covered, why would I want to go to Offkai? Again, we had the Kircha commentary in there as well, right? Like, look, granted, I understand some people still want to go to Offkai for X, Y, or Z reasons. Sometimes it's because they're leftist, so they're not exactly, you know, part of the group that's being pushed out yet. But at the same time, it's like, other people, it's like, why the fuck do you want to go? What is the actual benefit Offkai actually presents you, right? Outside apparently the fucking orgies, right? Like, which is apparently a thing that actually happens. And I'm like, why the fuck would you want to go? Why would you want to do that? Are you not concerned about the possibility of like fucking AIDS or like some kind of STD or like the possibility of like an accidental pregnancy or any number of other things that can go horribly wrong by being a fucking sexual degenerate? Let's see. What are talking about? He is a big fan of yours. Let's see. He just nonchalantly shit on her being a piece of specific farming equipment. Oh yeah, he did.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. I guess you're just that much worse. Ovulating, by the way, I can't.
The
dude.
standards at Offkai,
He's
right?
so
They banned
canceled.
Kirsch
He's
over
so
Wrong
over. He
Think,
makes no
but they
money.
allow this
What
person who has a
loser.
history of slandering companies and being a massive hypocrite and a tourist who doesn't know anything about anime or manga but calls.
And I'm gonna be honest, there's probably some lolly VTuber that does
It was deviously clever of Riv, I'm not gonna lie.
fucking Fansly content on Fansly that works alongside her. I wonder what her opinion is on that.
people predators.
I don't know
over
who.
the same
I'm
content
pondering,
she
you know?
consumes as well from
I'm
those
sure.
mediums. It's just insane. It's just insane. It really reflects terribly on this convention. And now she's there working with this booth that is accessible to minors as young as 13. Where's that moral high ground she used to have, right? She would virtue signal about this stuff so hard back in the day, but has no problem working with this convention, knowing
Yeah.
full well minors as young as 13
Are
will be
gonna see her
walking around
whole-
and have access
Show hole
to
right
this
now.
booth. She is
Please do not. I already saw what your face looks like. I do not want anything involved in that. Holy shit. Please keep all your clothes on. That would actually be that would actually be a tremendous kindness to me, to be perfectly honest. What the fuck?
doing a meet and greet at where she is promoting herself in a very, let's just say, risque sort of way. Not to mention the fact that we have the whole QR code situation. But yeah, this is a terrible look. I'm not some prude. I'm sorry. Like, I am not some prude for saying that VTuber and anime conventions should have guardrails in place to prevent minors from accessing adult content.
I would
Like other contents, conventions do. If I go to a fucking Comic-Con, right? Then it's like, yeah, I'm gonna be able to like see. There are like porn vendors in Comic-Con. Guess what? There's fucking guardrails there. You go to a anime convention. There's porn vendors there. You want to guess what there are there? There's fucking again guardrails to make sure that people under a specific age can't get to it. That's just I cannot stress how much I fucking hate these people. Oh my god.
hope any convention has guardrails. I'm pretty sure fucking Anime Expo, Comic-Con has sections off.
No,
I've
yeah,
never
I agree,
really,
right?
like, heard of other conventions really having issues like that. Yeah, like I just haven't. Maybe I'm just clueless because those things have been around for like 20 years, but like I would argue with Offkai it's like every fucking year. Some
Is that
fucking
woke
just
of me?
weirdness.
Is that too woke of me?
You're so woke.
Like, it's
Dark
so
woke.
simple. They should have made this an 18 plus convention, or at the very least, made this sort of stuff in the yabai market, which is supposed to be for adults. The reason why they didn't do that flabbergasts me. I don't understand why they wouldn't do that in the first place. It seems
A reason does cross my mind. I wouldn't exactly, I would take it with a grain of salt, right? But a reason does cross my mind. I would just hope that that assumption is not true. But I have a particular suspicion that there's probably a nefarious reason why that decision could be made. I can't prove that it's the reason it was made, but there's a particularly nefarious reason why that decision might not be made. And anyone can, just paying attention to the conversation, possibly figure out what that nefarious reason is.
seems totally irresponsible. But hey, that's the situation we're in now, and as they conclude their convention, I hope it was all worth it because their reputation has continued to take a massive blow thanks to their antics.
There's still people that go there. Face Connect has their own booth. They're not sponsoring them, I don't think, or maybe they are.
To be fair, Phase Connect was also looking into the possibility of making their own convention, right? And yeah, I think that they potentially could challenge Offkai, right? Especially considering that Phase Connect would be able to actually incorporate VTubers that were potentially kicked out of Offkai unjustly. So I think there's potential there, but you know, what the fuck do I know, right? I couldn't fucking find my way out of a maze of cardboard.
But they're not a main sponsor anymore. It still makes money. It is what
this
it
year.
is.
But that's going to do it for this video. If you enjoyed, please consider
clearly
giving the
not
video a like,
egregious
consider
enough for people
subscribing,
to
and turning on
stop going
notifications
there.
for daily uploads as well as multiple streams.
I wish FaZe would stop supporting them. Well, they gotta make money. I'm just saying. They gotta make money. Other people are going there. Chacha went there with a bunch of friends. It is what it is. I'm not gonna go, you know, like... Sorry, maybe I'll go to another convention. Or something. I don't know. I'm not really a con person, I'm not gonna lie.
Every week, live
Maybe a
here on
virtual
YouTube.
meet and greet or
but overall,
something.
hope you guys enjoyed the video. And I'll see you
Yeah.
next time.
Yeah. Ah. Fucking crazy stuff. I cannot believe. I don't know. I just wanted 1 year where it's like relatively normal, but I guess not.
Oh yeah, you're never
It's
gonna have
like
that. That's not gonna fucking happen. All right, and that's the end of that video. So I guess if you have any thoughts on that, let me know in the comments, and that'll be the end of this episode. And that will be the last episode recorded for today. So let me set up the music while I figure out who we're gonna raid. I'm gonna try to raid Mietsu again, but I don't know if it's gonna work. I don't trust Fishmanle. I want Stuttering Craig, Leaflet, and Kirsha to put something together. Kira continues, bug. Okay, so the thing with Fishman has actually shown that he is a competent VTuber, regardless of what his own personal opinions are, a competent VTuber agency runner, right? Even the one time he made a mistake with Jelly, he actually walked that mistake back, and that showed a tremendous amount of ability to actually assess the situation, right? Let's just say that there's a reason Pippa is still working at FaZe Connect, and it's not just, no, actually, Pippa's a bad example. Yeah, Pippa's a bad example, my bad, because she's also gone on the record saying that, she would like to continue working at FaZe Connect, except if it was bought and made into a publicly shared company. So, and he's resisted that, apparently. Apparently, people have come up to him for that particular purpose. But, yeah. So I think Fishman is actually one of those people who's actually surprisingly just realistic when it comes to how to run a company. And you can see that just by the fact that he literally does nothing, somehow wins. He is literally the meme, right? Going to work on my book. Have fun, kids. Have fun, Glasspool, and Godspeed on that. They want to destroy the otaku communities? Of course they do, right? Because entertainment provides escape. And they need to destroy escapism in order to force everyone into their ideas. All right, let me see if I can raid Mietsu. Oh, wait, it's letting me. Okay, it's letting me. Let me try and see if I can raid her here.
Comes the wound, then comes the claim. The wound must have a single name.
Okay, give me one moment. Let me see if I can find her on YouTube.
Some flaw beneath the given land. Then comes the diagram of grace, a final form for time.
Oh, hell yeah, okay.
And when the world declines the part,
Hopefully this will work.
they blame the world and spare the chart. A second country overlays the stubborn ground of ordinary days. The map is called complete, then made to prosecute the ground it shades. The promise hardens into debt. The end has failed to happen yet. So someone must have barred the gate. Someone must personify the wait. Erase the in-between, and then you must erase the lives within.
Okay. Hopefully this will allow me to do the thing. So we're gonna raid on Twitch first.
I take the limits as they stand and change what falls within my hand. No future verdict clears the deed. I only act the cost, the need. The error cannot touch the scheme, so error must acquire a face. The failed prediction proves the dream. It only proves the need for grace. More discipline, a narrower gate. More names removed.
Oh, hold on. In stream reader. Okay, your stream will stop immediately, and anyone who's watching will be sent here. Yes. Okay.
Therefore, the darkness must be fought. And when one